Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 50 Chase. The tiger crouched low in the forest with a majestic and imposing air. In comparison, the two figures standing in front of the tiger could not be any stiffer. Just as the fair-skinned man was at a loss for what to do, he heard Lu Yi saying, "Tiger King, please calm down. I know the rules. Please don't hurt me if I follow your rules." While saying so, Lu Yi unfastened the storage bag around his waist, pretended to activate his spiritual power, and tossed the storage bag to the ground. Not only that, but he also tossed the long sword in his hand to the ground. The tiger glanced at him and snorted lightly. "Since you're so obedient, I guess I can spare your life." "Thank you, great king." Then the tiger turned to look at the fair-skinned man. "What about you, brat? Do you choose to die, or to live?" "I choose to live," the fair-skinned man blurted out with a pained expression. Imitating Lu Ye's actions, he unfastened the storage bag around his waist, unlocked the restraining lock, and tossed it to the ground in front of him. He had heard some rumors floating around in the city. The rumors claimed that a spirit beast that could speak the human language was living in Green Cloud Mountain. Many cultivators had encountered the spirit beast, but it generally did not harm anybody. It was only interested in spirit pills and spirit stones. As long as a cultivator was willing to pay a price, they would safely escape the jaws of death. "I can't believe I encountered the spirit beast while chasing Lu Yi into the mountains. How unfortunate." The tiger seemed quite satisfied with the performance of the two humans. After that, it spoke again. "You better not play any tricks on me. If I learned that you did not unlock the restraining lock..." "Humph." The threat in those words was self-evident. "It's open," both Lu Yi and the fair-skinned man said in unison. That wasn't all. Lu Yi even stretched out a hand to point at the fair-skinned man. "Great king, he did not get rid of the weapon in his hand. I'm afraid he wants to harm you." The fair-skinned man was stunned by those words. At the same time, he rained curses down on Lu Yi in his heart. Likewise, the tiger was obviously taken aback. Nevertheless, it soon turned to look at the fair-skinned man. A low threatening growl came out of its throat. Clang. The fair-skinned man swiftly and decisively threw the knife in his hand down. He was so heartbroken that his heart was practically bleeding. The long knife in his hand was a spirit artifact. Even if it was a low-ranked item, it was still a spirit artifact. A low-level cultivator with a spirit artifact and a low-level cultivator without a spirit artifact were completely different concepts altogether. It could be said that a spirit artifact would increase the cultivator's strength by 10%. Be that as it may, survival was more important. He would not get away unscathed if he offended the spirit beast. Compared to his life, he could give up everything else aside from his body. "Great king, we will take our leave now if there is nothing else," Lu Yi said. "Get lost." The tiger roared carelessly. Both Lu Yi and the fair-skinned man slowly withdrew without turning their backs to the tiger. That was the normal response. Anybody would react warily when faced with a danger after all. After they retreated by several meters, the fair-skinned man was stunned to see Lu Yi rush forward without warning, grab the long sword that had been thrown to the ground, and charge at him like lightning. He turned pale in shock. He never imagined that Lu Yi would do something so outrageous at a time like this. Shouldn't it be more important to prioritize our survival in front of the tiger? How can he be so daring? In any case, there was no time for him to consider anything else. He lunged forward almost at the same time that Lu Yi made his move and arrived in front of his weapon in a few steps. Grabbing his weapon, he poured his spiritual power into the long knife and light flowed through the knife. Just then, a strong wind blew in his face. He didn't even have the time to think as he raised the long knife in his hand to counter. Following a loud clanging sound, his body that had yet to fully straighten into a standing position was overwhelmed in an instant and he fell to his knees on the ground. One was premeditated while the other had responded in desperation. This time Lu Yi had the upper hand in the fight. The fair-skinned man raised his head abruptly and saw the calm and indifferent look in Lu Ye's eyes. At that moment he vaguely noticed something. Before his thoughts could go any further, Lu Yi raised his sword and stabbed forward. The fair-skinned man hurriedly activated his spiritual power to protect his body and concurrently slashed at Lu Yi with his knife. To his complete surprise, His defensive spiritual power did not have the slightest effect. The long sword penetrated his heart directly and pierced straight through his back. Afterward, Lu Yi kicked out again and sent the fair-skinned man flying with his kick. A fountain of blood gushed out of the hole in the fair-skinned man's chest that was caused by the long sword. The winner was decided in the blink of an eye. Not knowing whether the other party was dead or not, Lu Yi did not rush forward rashly. Instead, he took out an offensive spirit talisman paper from his storage bag and held it at the ready in case of emergency. If the other party so much as dared to stand up, he would immediately activate the offensive spirit talisman paper. However, the body of the fair-skinned man lying on the ground twitched violently a few times before it stopped moving completely. It would seem that his attack had hit a vital spot. The battles between cultivators were extremely dangerous because life and death was often decided in a matter of moments. The ground was stained red with fresh blood and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Lu Yi took a few deep breaths to calm his pounding heart. A small red light suddenly flew out from the fair-skinned man's corpse and sank into the back of his hand. Wei Yi's figure appeared above the tiger's head. She was staring at him in confusion. Lu Yi had suddenly barged into this place and hurriedly said, "Help me with the robbery." The fair-skinned man had come charging into this place immediately after that. Thus, she instantly understood that Lu Yi had encountered some sort of trouble and wanted the tiger's cooperation to put on a show. Seeing as this was something they excelled at anyway, there was no reason not to cooperate if they could also steal something good in the process. But wasn't it supposed to be a robbery? Why was a person's life involved? Yi slowly came to understand something. She and the tiger were the ones who wanted to carry out the robbery. Lu Yi had planned to murder that person from the start. It was just that he had borrowed their strength to do so. "You deceived me." She glared at him furiously. He glanced at her and criticized, "Your acting is too exaggerated." What? She was confused. Lu Yi was just about to say something when a soft sound came from not too far away. He only hesitated for a second before he rushed out with all his strength. At the same time his voice rang out. "Your secret has been exposed. There are still people nearby. Hurry up and follow if you don't want to die." Yi wanted to cry but had no tears. She felt as though she had hopped onto a pirate's boat with no way to get off now. Exchanging a glance with the tiger, she gritted her teeth. "Chase!" The tiger roared and ran out on all fours. Inside the forest, an enchanting female cultivator fled desperately with a panic-stricken expression on her face. She felt that she had made a big mistake. But is it my fault? I only wanted to live a better life. I didn't want to have to flatter those disgusting customers again. They are all rogue cultivators anyway. Why should I have to deal with their attitudes all day long? If this had gone smoothly, I would have had a much better life in the future. Unfortunately, she never imagined that the person she recruited would fail at the task. She had followed that person's secret signals from the Divine Trade Association to this point. She initially believed that she could sit down and share the spoils between them, but what greeted her instead was the sight of Lu Yi, that rogue cultivator, killing the person she recruited. In her panic, she had accidentally revealed her whereabouts. She was even being hunted right now. "I don't want to die. I'm still so young. I still have a great life waiting for me in the future. How can I die in this place?" Nevertheless, the pursuit behind her was getting closer and closer. She knew that she was doomed at this rate. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 51, Actions and Consequences. Lu Yi concentrated his spiritual power in his legs, and his speed of pursuit became noticeably faster. This was a little trick he had accidentally discovered during the few times he had gone in and out of Green Cloud Mountain. There were many ways to use a cultivator's spiritual power. If he gathered the spiritual power to his eyes, he could see things that he normally could not see. If he gathered the spiritual power to his legs, it would increase his running speed. If he gathered the spiritual power to his sword, it would increase the lethality of his weapon. The terrain of the mountain forest was treacherous. There were large trees everywhere. These trees were wide enough that several people had to join hands just to encircle their trunks. It was only natural that the fleeing figure was not as familiar with the terrain as him, so the distance between them gradually closed. When he got a clear look at that person's back, various questions suddenly became clear. He finally knew who was behind all of this, but the result surprised him. From his point of view, he had no bad blood with this person. In fact, they only interacted with each other on one occasion before. Roar. A snow-white figure suddenly rushed out from the front to block that person's path. It was the tiger. That person was so frightened by the tiger that her soul nearly left her body. She let out a shrill scream and threw out the spirit talisman paper that she had been holding in her hand without even thinking about it. The spirit talisman paper transformed into a crescent-shaped slash in midair and flew straight at the tiger. The tiger hurriedly dodged to the side, and the crescent-shaped slash narrowly brushed past its body to slice through the tree trunk of the large tree behind it. That went to show just how powerful the penetrating power of the spirit talisman paper was. Failing to succeed in one go, that person panicked even more and frantically tried to dig something out of her storage bag. At that moment, a small figure quietly and stealthily clung to her back and let out a piercing scream. Lu Yi saw that person's figure staggering suddenly as though something heavy was pressing down on her. At the same time, the movement of her hands froze. This scene reminded him of the first time he fought Ian the tiger inside the cave. He had been ambushed by Ian the same manner at the time. In that short moment of delay, he arrived in front of that person and brought his sword down on her. A cold sword light flashed out, an arm went flying and blood splattered everywhere. The pain made her scream. Although she was a rogue cultivator, she had been scouted and taken in by the Divine Trade Association not long after she entered the Spirit Creek battlefield due to her outstanding figure and beauty. Therefore, she had never fought anybody before, much less received such a severe injury. It would not be exaggerated to say that she was a flower raised in a greenhouse. That was the case for most people in the trade association. There was no need for them to fight others or experience hardships and dangers with their various sect members on the battlefield. They only needed to excel at doing business. Immediately after that, the tiger pounced and pressed her down to the ground. It let out a ferocious roar, a bloody stench blowing right into her face. She nearly fainted from the fright. What horrified her even more was the sound of footsteps coming from the side. She looked to the side and saw the sword in Lu Ye's hand pointing diagonally to the ground. Blood was still dripping from the blade as he walked toward her. When Lu Ye came closer, he lowered his head to look down at her and lightly said, "Lu Ruyin." This woman was the one who had traded with him during his first trip to the Divine Trade Association. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Lu Ruyin was crying so hard that her makeup had smeared all over her face. She kept begging over and over again. He lowered his eyes. "Who ordered you to do this?" "Nobody. I just got greedy and became blinded by the riches." In her fear, she blurted out everything that she knew. She didn't even wait for him to question her, and explained everything in a panic. "Is that so?" He raised the sharp sword high above his head. Sensing his murderous intent, she screamed, "Don't kill me. I will give you anything you want." The long sword came slashing downward. The tiger dodged out of the way just in time. The blade of the sword, blessed with spiritual power, sliced through Lu Ruyin's fair and slender neck. Then, a small yellow light flew out of the back of her snow-white hand and sank into his right hand. The headless corpse twitched incessantly, blood spurting out of the neck area like a fountain. A long while passed before it finally stopped moving. Yi watched from the side, her eyelids twitching at the sight. Everything that had happened today had given her a new insight toward Lu Yi. Only now did she understand that it had been pure luck that the tiger had not died at his hands back then. This man was no good-natured pushover. Meanwhile, Lu Yi bent down and retrieved the storage bag around Lu Ruyin's waist. Then he reached out a hand to inspect her entire body. Naturally, he was not trying to take advantage of her or grope her. He just wanted to see if she was hiding any other storage bags on her body. He himself had several hidden storage bags on him after all. Using himself as the standard, he believed that other people might have them too. Unfortunately, Lu Ruyin did not practice that kind of habit. She was a part of the trade association after all. There was no need for her to fight others or face any risks out in the field, so it was perfectly safe for her to carry her storage bag on her body. Her storage bag was currently in an unlocked state. Thus he rifled through the contents and found some useful stuff inside. After that, he ordered, "Dispose of the body." Huh? Yi stared at Lu Yi incredulously as if asking him, "Are you joking?" Lu Yi took out a bottle from Lu Ruyin's storage bag and tossed it up and down in his hand. "Sure," Yi replied without hesitation. She shot a look at the tiger and they hurriedly got to work. Returning to the fair-skinned man he had killed previously, he retrieved the other party's storage bag and did not forget to bring the other party's weapon with him too. About half an hour later, Lu Yi sat topless and cross-legged inside the cave he was sitting in. He was using some healing pills to treat his wounds. There were precious few healing pills left in his possession. After using 2 this time, he only had 4 left. Looking back on the battle today, he did not become complacent just because he had managed to kill a third-order Spirit Creek Realm Master. He reflected on himself instead. Most of the battles between low-level cultivators revolved around close-quarter combat. It could be said that most low-level cultivators walked the path of the combat cultivation faction. As their cultivation was not high enough and their cultivation period was not long, they did not have the time nor the energy to study spells and the sort. Only when they became much stronger would they gradually figure out their future path. The battle with the fair-skinned man this time had revealed a very serious problem. He had no combat skills to speak of. That was not something that could be helped. Less than 3 months had passed since the day he started cultivating, and he had been busy improving his cultivation during this period. Where would he find the extra energy to improve his skills in battle? Although he managed to kill the fair-skinned man in the end, he only succeeded by taking advantage of the tiger's prestige to catch his opponent by surprise. Unfortunately, he did not know how to improve on something like skills. With no suitable teacher to guide him, it was impossible for him to figure this out on his own. Then there was the issue regarding his weapon. He had not noticed this issue in the past. The long sword in his possession was the same one that Manager Yang had left behind after his death. He had used this sword in the past to kill Zhou Cheng, but the battle with Zhou Cheng had been a fleeting one. It wasn't until the deadly battle with the fair-skinned man today that he noticed something crucial. His affinity was seriously incompatible with this long sword. The long sword simply felt wrong in his hands. He could not wield it freely no matter what he did. A sword was all about lightness and speed. In addition, sword techniques were extremely important. Seeing as he could only use the long sword to hack and slash, he was completely incapable of bringing out the strengths of a sword. While mulling over this issue, he changed into a new set of clothes and picked up the long sword by his feet to study it carefully. The blade was full of nicks and chips caused by all of his chopping and hacking actions. In particular, there was a chip on the blade located 3/4 along the length of the blade. It was practically the size of a grain. A chip like this was a huge problem for a longsword. It was no longer usable. He picked up the fair-skinned man's long knife again. Standing up, he swung it about several times and lifted his eyebrows in surprise. This feels surprisingly easy to use. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 52. Changes in Contribution. This knife was not a standard machete. It was longer than most swords, but the blade was very narrow. It was similar to the legendary embroidered spring blade. Lu Yi waved the knife around a few times and discovered that it felt very natural in his hands. This is a pretty good result. I can no longer use that sword, but I immediately received a new weapon through an exchange of hands. It saves me the trouble of going out to buy another weapon. Then he tried pouring spiritual power into the knife. A faint glow immediately appeared on the knife blade. The glow did not give off a sharp feeling but a feeling of solidness. What surprised him even more was that he could feel that there was something hidden in the blade. Closing his eyes, he sensed through the flow of his spiritual power, and gradually figured out the secret inside the blade. There was a spiritual pattern inside the blade of this knife. Is this a spirit artifact? An astonished expression appeared on his face. He had gone in and out of the city many times, so the knowledge he now had was no longer comparable to when he first entered the Spirit Creek battlefield back then. He had heard of spirit artifacts. It was a special weapon for cultivators. A good spirit artifact would oftentimes be of great help to its owner. The sword he had been using before was just an ordinary weapon. It had been made sharper than most, but there was nothing special about it. On the contrary, spirit artifacts were different. Each spirit artifact had its own unique strengths depending on the type of spiritual pattern carved into them. For example, this knife contained a spiritual pattern inside its blade. Pouring his spiritual power into the spiritual pattern, he easily stimulated the power of the spiritual pattern, so that the knife was endowed with the unique characteristics of the spiritual pattern. After several experiments, he confirmed that the spiritual pattern had the effect of reinforcing the knife blade. Thanks to that, this spirit artifact would not break easily during a battle against an enemy. He suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder I couldn't slice this knife in two even though I blessed my longsword with the sharp-edged spiritual pattern. This was a pleasant and unexpected surprise. Although strengthening the knife blade did not sound very useful, it was still an extremely practical spiritual pattern. What's more, since he himself had mastered the sharp-edged spiritual pattern, he could bless this spirit artifact with the sharp-edged spiritual pattern to greatly improve the sharpness of his weapon at any time. With a spirit artifact like this in his possession, his strength would be enhanced by 10% or 20% at the very least. Furthermore, he could hack and slash to his heart's content without worrying about the damage to his weapon the next time he encountered another enemy. Nevertheless, a spirit artifact with only one spiritual pattern was probably the lowest-ranked spirit artifact out there. Come in. Lu Yi sheathed his knife and returned to a cross-legged sitting position. A small figure slowly drifted in from the entrance of the cave. Stopping in front of Lu Yi gave him a flattering smile and obediently reported, "The other person's corpse has also been disposed of." Lu Yi casually tossed a storage bag over to her. It was the one that had belonged to Lu Ruyin. She caught it, rifled through the contents and exclaimed in surprise, "This much?" There was more than one bottle of spirit pills in there, not to mention several spirit stones. I split everything evenly between us. Thank you so much for your help this time. He gave her a grateful nod. Although he had enough spirit talisman papers to kill that fair-skinned man on his own, he would not have been able to open the other party's storage bag if he did that. Furthermore, there would have been some risks involved. When he came looking for Yi and the tiger, he had fully intended to borrow their power. Fortunately, Yi was smart enough to understand what she was supposed to do with just one sentence from him. It had been an easy and pleasant cooperation effort between them. The fair-skinned man did not have much in his storage bag. The only valuable thing he had was that weapon of his. On the other hand, Lu Ruyin was richer, though not by much. More importantly, the spirit talisman paper in Lu Ruyin's hand had been activated at the last moment. If the tiger had not taken the brunt for him, he would have needed to face the power of the spirit talisman paper on his own. That would have added a bigger element of danger for him. Everything else was divided evenly, but he took the spirit artifact for himself. Therefore, it could be said that he profited the most from this entire incident. He never expected him to be so generous. Hence, she looked at him with a complicated expression before she finally thanked him. Wait, Lu Yi stopped her. She looked back at him. You probably heard everything the woman I killed earlier said. Yes. This matter began from her personal actions, so she deserved to die. Be that as it may, she is still a member of the Divine Trade Association. I don't know how the trade association will react to her death, but it would be best if you move to a different location. This place is too close to the city. If the trade association investigates the cause of her death, their investigation will easily lead them to you. What about you? She asked. I will be leaving this place soon. This incident had taught him a lesson. All the spirit pills he currently used for cultivating had come from selling the yuan metal ores, and his only channel for selling them was the Divine Trade Association. He had only gone there on 3 separate occasions, but it was enough for Lu Ruyin to target him. Who could say if another Lu Ruyin was hiding in the trade association? He could not remain in this place any longer. If being in the First Order Spirit Creek realm gave him the qualifications to survive in the Spirit Creek battlefield, then being in the Second Order Spirit Creek realm gave him the capital to travel around. He could not control what decisions Yi and the tiger would make. The Spirit Creek battlefield was too vast. There might not be a chance for them to meet again in the future. It was only out of morality that he kindly gave them a word of advice. After Yi left, Lu Yi did an inventory of the supplies in his possession. There were 93 spirit restoring pills, of which 81 were purchased from the Divine Trade Association while the other 12 were obtained from the spoils of war he shared with for spirit stones, all of which were obtained from the spoils of war since he had used all of his spirit stones to buy food, and 7 healing pills, of which 4 were his own while the other 3 were taken from the fair-skinned man's storage bag. Lu Ruyin's storage bag did not contain any healing pills. She probably never imagined that there would come a time when she would need to use a healing pill. There were also less than 30 spirit talisman papers in total, a total of 26 yuan metal ores of various shapes and sizes, a spirit artifact of the lowest rank, and the golden liberation technique. His strength would be increased once he advanced into the third order Spirit Creek realm, and the current amount of spirit pills was enough for him to reach it. While it was not enough for him to go wild in the outer circle of the battlefield, it would at least increase his chances of survival. He could not shake the vague feeling that he had forgotten something important. After ruminating over it for some time, he finally remembered and immediately poured his spiritual power into the back of his right hand. The spiritual power rippled and transformed into a blue spiritual pattern, which then wriggled and transformed into several lines of words that appeared in his field of vision. Name Lu Yi. Identity: Disciple of Crimson Blood Sect. Cultivation: 21 spiritual points. Location: Spirit Creek Battlefield. Contribution 8. The information regarding his name, identity, and location remained the same as the first time he checked the battlefield imprint. However, his cultivation had changed from 3 spiritual points to 21 spiritual points. That was the result of his hard work over the past 2 months, so it was nothing to be surprised about. Rather, what interested him was the contribution column. He had been very curious about what the contribution represented and how to obtain it since he first saw the contribution column. It wasn't until this moment that he had a faint realization. He could only accumulate contribution by killing people. He recalled that a small red speck of light had emerged from the back of the fair-skinned man's hand at the time of death and flew into the back of his hand. The same thing had happened with Lu Ruyin. It was just that the light that came from her was yellow. Do the different colors represent different factions? In that case, the fair-skinned man I just killed probably belonged to the Thousand Demon Ridge. Is the Divine Trade Association a neutral party? That's probably why it can do business with both sides. As for the contribution, he currently had no idea what it was used for, so he could only figure it out slowly in the future. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 53 Bearing. Now that Lu Yi had decided to leave this place, it was essential for him to have an accurate map. Whether he liked it or not, he had no choice but to visit Green Cloud City one more time. Thus, his figure appeared in front of the Divine Trade Association early the next morning. According to what Lu Ruyin said before her death, she accidentally saw Lu Yi when he went to the Trade Association to trade for the second time. It so happened that she was quite close to the man called Lu Quan. Thus, she managed to learn about the contents of the transaction through Lu Quan. At that time, she began to suspect that Lu Yi was monopolizing a rich mineral vein and started having dishonest intentions. Unable to hold back her greed in the end, she contacted the fair-skinned man and told him to be ready at all times. She then kept an eye out for Lu Yi every single day. It wasn't until Lu Yi came to the Trade Association for the third time and made an even larger transaction that she made up her mind and asked the fair-skinned man to hunt Lu Yi down. Afraid that the fair-skinned man might pocket all the benefits for himself, she hurriedly took leave from work a short while after Lu Ye's departure to chase after them. How could she have known that she would witness the scene of Lu Yi killing the fair-skinned man and lose her life in the end? Considering Lu Ruyin's mental state before her death, it was impossible for her to lie. Hence, nobody would learn about her death anytime soon. For the time being, Lu Yi was safe. That was also the reason why he was in such a hurry to leave the city. He previously only sold the yuan metal or in small quantities because he was afraid of attracting attention to himself. That was also why the profits of his sale generally was only enough to meet his short-term cultivation needs. Now that he had decided to leave this place, there was no need for such considerations anymore. His top priority was to obtain a map to determine the location of the Crimson Blood Sect's base. 1 hour later, Lu Yi drank so much tea inside a private room that he was just barely hanging in there. A middle-aged man was politely handing him a palm-sized white jade disc along with 2 bottles that contained 18 spirit-restoring pills, 3 bottles that contained 15 healing pills, and more than 10 spirit stones. This time around he had sold more than 12 yuan metal ores in one go. He received more than 600 spiritual stones in this transaction. This was undeniably a huge transaction in the outer circle of the battlefield, so much so that the middle-aged man gave him the best treatment available. The facts had proven that, if not for some unfortunate circumstances, it was very safe to do business with the Divine Trade Association. Lu Yi had visited the trade association 4 times so far, and would trade with a different person each time he came. It was quite difficult for him to be targeted, unless he brought out a substantial amount of goods like in this transaction. Needless to say, part of the reason he was targeted was his low strength. Lu Ruyin would not have dared to plot against him if he were a cultivator in the 4th Order Spirit Creek realm. Upon handing over the money and the goods, the middle-aged man saw Lu Yi off at the door and even handed a name card to Lu Yi. He bluntly asked Lu Yi to contact him directly if there was anything else to sell and promised to give Lu Yi a good price for the goods. This was treatment that Lu Yi never received during his first 3 times here. Therefore, he eagerly accepted. After leaving the Divine Trade Association, Lu Yi exchanged all the spirit stones for food and some daily necessities as usual. Spirit stones were not very useful for him, since he might be traveling very far on this journey. Some camping gear for outdoor living were indispensable and various daily necessities were essential. Fortunately, he had enough storage bags so there was no worry about failing to store them all. After this transaction, the number of spirit-restoring pills in his possession increased to a total of 111 pills. The number of healing pills also increased to a total of 22 pills, but only 14 yuan metal ores remained. He originally thought that the yuan metal ores in his possession would be enough to last him a long time, maybe even until he advanced into the 9th Order Spirit Creek realm. However, it would now seem that the yuan metal ores were completely insufficient for his use. He had to rush back to the Crimson Blood sex bases as soon as possible. Only once he returned to his sex base could he be considered safe. A short while later, Lu Yi returned to the cave where he lived and took out the white jade disc. This was the 10-point map of the Spirit Creek battlefield. It included information on the distribution of all the bases belonging to the major forces on the entire battlefield, the terrain and landforms of the battlefield itself, and also some dangerous areas. Nevertheless, he felt as though his heart was bleeding in distress whenever he recalled that this thing was worth 600 spiritual stones. All his expenses accumulated since the day he started cultivating did not even amount to 600 spiritual stones. Unfortunately, this was the price that he had to pay in order for him to return to his sex base. The only thing that comforted him was that he could go to any of the Divine Trade Association's branch offices to update the information of this map at any time. Therefore, the information would never go out of date. Holding the white jade disc with both hands, he poured his spiritual power into the disc. A soft light immediately flowed out of the disc to form a halo of light on the surface. That light twisted and distorted, transforming into a map in the blink of an eye. What surprised him was that this was not a 2D map, but a 3D map. He could even see the many undulating mountains on the map, each with a different height. There was a spot of light on the map that flickered constantly. He shifted his gaze to that spot on the map. The spot of light remained unchanged. Conversely, the image zoomed in on the area when he focused his spiritual power on that spot of light. The map was continuously enlarged in response to the influx of spiritual power, but the disc was only so big. Therefore, as the map zoomed in on one area, the other areas of the map that could be covered gradually became smaller. In the end, the map was enlarged to the maximum. He saw that the spot of light was located on an undulating mountain range, and the mountain range was labeled as Green Cloud Mountain. Looking around, he saw a place that seemed to be marked as Green Cloud City No. 3. The realization struck him immediately. That spot of light was where he was currently located. And Green Cloud City No. 3 was the city where he often visited. Aside from this city, there were places in the vicinity of Green Cloud Mountain, marked as Green Cloud City No. 1 until No. 6. In other words, there were a total of 6 cities in the vicinity of Green Cloud City. After playing around for a while, he gradually figured out how to use this 10-point map. Thus, he began searching for the location of the Crimson Blood sect. At the same time, he secretly prayed that he was not too far away from the sect's base. He did not know how long it would take for him to get back to the base if he was too far away. The Crimson Blood sect was a 9th-tier sect. Naturally, it would be located at the periphery of the battlefield, which made it slightly easier to search. He searched the map little by little, his gaze passing over name after name. At one point, he thought that he had finally found the name Crimson Blood sect, but it turned out to be Crimson Heart sect upon further inspection. He nearly lost his temper right then and there. Half a circle later, he still had not found the Crimson Blood sect. On the contrary, his tense nerves that had been stretched to the limit relaxed instead. That was because it meant that the situation could not get any worse than it already was. More time passed, but he still could not find it. His mood became increasingly cheerful in response. At this rate, it could only mean that he was not too far away from the Crimson Blood sect. Finally, his gaze landed on a certain spot on the map. There were 3 words written there. It was the Crimson Blood sect that he had been searching for so desperately. I found it. After calming down somewhat, he zoomed out the map to compare his current location to the position of the Crimson Blood sect. He was currently located slightly west to the south of the map, while the Crimson Blood sect was located slightly north to the west of the map. In other words, he would have to head west if he wanted to reach the Crimson Blood sect's base. He had to travel across a quarter of the entire battlefield's periphery. The situation was neither good nor bad. It was within an acceptable range. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 54, Taking the Blame for No Reason. In the process of searching for the Crimson Blood sect, Lu Yi had noticed something. The font colors on the map could be divided into 4. Red, yellow, blue and white. Green Cloud City No. 3 was marked in yellow font while Crimson Blood sect was marked in blue font. Looking at it in this way, the places written in blue font probably belonged to the Grand Sky Coalition faction, the red font belonged to the Thousand Demon Ridge, and the yellow font belonged to the neutral areas. As for the white areas, he guessed that those were the lands without owners since most of the mountains and rivers were marked in white font. According to the 10-point map, the labels in red and blue font were intertwined and intricately interspersed with each other. If the map was compared to a game of chess, then the red and blue bases represented the pieces of chess belonging to both factions. Years of conflict and dispute had turned the chess pieces on the board into big dragons that slaughtered each other. At this point, he had yet to actually integrate himself into this battlefield. Even so, he could sense the danger and ferocity of the battle between the two factions just by looking at the movement of the chess pieces of both factions on the map. It was just that the general situation in the world had nothing to do with him. He was only a second-order Spirit Creek Realm Master after all. All he wanted to do was arrive at the Crimson Blood sect's base as soon as possible. Staring at the 10-point map of the battlefield, he carefully plotted out a route and slowly formulated a plan. The light coming from the entrance of the cave darkened suddenly. Lu Yi lifted his head to look and saw the tiger walking in. He emerged from the tiger's head and said happily, "You're still here." She came over once in the morning but did not see him anywhere, so she assumed that he had already left. "I'm about to leave. Do you need something?" He put the 10-point map away carefully. This was something that would affect his ability to return to the Crimson Blood sect smoothly. It was also the most valuable item in his possession. It was only natural for him to take good care of it. "I want to discuss something with you." She floated over and sat upright in front of him with a tense expression on her small face. He could not understand what she was trying to do by acting as though they were having a negotiation. Frowning, he asked, "Discuss what?" She asked, "Where are you heading after you leave this place?" "That's none of your business." Okay. She knew that what she was asking was nonsense. They were neither friends nor family. The last few encounters between them had not been very pleasant either. The only time they cooperated was when they killed the fair-skinned man and Lu Ru'in. Therefore, she was in no position to ask about his plans. Looking at her hesitant expression, he said impatiently, "What do you want?" Her expression became more and more conflicted. The tiger walked over and nudged its head against her back. Thus, she gritted her teeth and looked at him. "Can you take us with you?" "What?" He suspected that he had heard her wrongly. "Take us with you," she repeated. "The reason?" She explained, "You said it yourself. The Divine Trade Association might come after us for killing that woman, so this place is no longer safe. We need to leave this place, but we have no idea where to go. The battlefield is vast. You can go anywhere you want." Her proposal surprised him. He had never even considered this idea before, much less expected that Yi would approach him to discuss this matter. "But you were the one who killed them. We didn't want to kill anybody." Yi looked extremely aggrieved. After returning yesterday, she suddenly realized something. She and the tiger had been resting in their territory when Lu Yi lured a cultivator over to them and asked them for their help in a robbery. In the end, he had swiftly and decisively killed those people. Not to mention that one of them had been a member of the Divine Trade Association. From the start until the end, they had failed to understand what was going on. It was a case where they were forced to take the blame for something they did not do. "Didn't I share the loot with you?" He looked at her with an incomprehensible expression. Since they killed those people together and shared the loot between them, then it was only natural for them to take the risks together. She opened her mouth wide, feeling somewhat speechless at those words. In the end, she could only force out one sentence: "Why can't you bring us with you? You're too small." Huh. She stared at him blankly for a while. It took her a long time to react to his words. Crossing her arms in front of her chest and hugging herself defensively, she blushed furiously. "You scumbag." Only the heavens knew how a ghost like her managed to blush so hard. Lu Yi stood up and dusted off his behind. "Do you have anything else? If there's nothing else, I'd like to take my leave. We probably won't meet each other again after this parting, so I hope that everything goes well for you." Yi could not understand why the size of her bosom had anything to do with his refusal to bring them along with him. However, she became anxious when she saw that he was serious about leaving. She was not a little girl who did not understand anything. She had been a cultivator when she was still alive. It was only after her death that the tiger transformed her into a ghost by chance. Although she had lost most of her memories, she still remembered the cruelty of the cultivation world. She and the tiger might look like they were dominating their territory, but the truth was that they were walking on thin ice. Nobody could tell when disaster would befall them. Both her strength and the tiger's strength were not enough to protect themselves. She once considered taking refuge in the shadow of another cultivator. Unfortunately, the cultivators in the outer circle were too weak. How could she be interested in any of them? Besides, the tiger might end up being sold off if she chose to serve under somebody. In this aspect, Lu Yi was different. He was probably a disciple from one of the major sects. Otherwise, he could not have so many spirit talisman papers in his possession. Furthermore, she had watched him grow stronger over the past 2 months. His growth rate was terrifying. Therefore, she believed that following him was a good choice. He might seem a little hateful, but he had his own principles that he abided by. Take the loot from yesterday's battle, for example. There was nothing she or the tiger could do to him if he had chosen to monopolize everything. Even so, he had split it evenly between them. Various factors combined had caused her to make up her mind. Staying in this place was equivalent to slowly waiting for death to come to them. The only way out of their predicament was to travel and experience the world with him. That was why she came and said all these to him. When they passed each other by, Lu Yi suddenly felt something pulling on his clothes. He turned and saw Yi looking up at him with a pitiful expression. Tears were swimming in her eyes. He was indifferent to her tears. Crying is useless. Nevertheless, she continued to look at him with that expression. They stared at each other, stuck in a stalemate. He finally yielded in exasperation a long while later. "I'll give you 3 chances to convince me." Her eyes brightened somewhat. It seemed as though she had already thought about what to say beforehand. She hurriedly said, "You also know how scared the low-leveled cultivators are of amber. If you meet an enemy you can't beat in the future, Amber and I can cooperate with you to give them a scare. I'm sure it will make the enemies retreat in the face of difficulties." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and nodded at her words. "That makes some sense when you put it that way." Feeling encouraged, she continued, "Also, you can ride on Amber if you are in a rush. It will save some of your physical strength and conserve your energy for any unexpected emergencies. Moreover, it can run very fast. It can carry you and escape if you are being chased by enemies. Will it listen to me? He looked at the tiger. He had witnessed the speed of the tiger for himself yesterday. When he went to chase after Lu Ruyin, the tiger had obviously gotten a late start compared to him. Even so, it managed to block Lu Ruyin's path. If not for the tiger blocking Lu Ruyin's path, it would have taken him more effort to catch up to her. Of course. She nodded vigorously. Also, she was eager to continue, but her sentence trailed off for a long time. In the end, she patted herself on the chest. Also, there's me. You. He looked down at her. I can sneak up on people. Just like yesterday. She stood proudly with her head held high. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 55, Something Good. The combination of the tiger and Yi together was certainly very intimidating. Most low-level cultivators with little experience in the world would be frightened senseless by a spirit beast that could speak. Besides, riding on the tiger while traveling was undoubtedly a tempting offer. It was a long journey to the Crimson Blood Sect, and Lu Yi had no idea how long it would take for him to arrive at his destination. If he could ride on the tiger, he could preserve his energy and even cultivate during his journey. For him, this was a very good choice. His cultivation was still pretty low at the moment, so his top priority was to improve his strength. If he had to travel on his own, there was no way for him to cultivate during his journey. It would waste a lot of his time. He originally had no intention of bringing these two along with him. Giving Yi 3 chances to convince him had been nothing more than a way for him to refuse her. He had planned to refuse no matter what she said. However, he found that her words had tempted him instead. Well, how about it? Yi glanced at Lu Yi with earnest eyes, afraid that the word no would come out of his mouth. It's not like I can't. Before she could cheer, she heard him continuing. But we need to establish 3 rules. She was confused. What 3 rules? He raised a finger. Firstly, I will have the final say in everything. If we disagree on anything, you will listen to me. She nodded in response. That's not a problem. Having decided to rely on him, both she and the tiger had already mentally prepared themselves for something like that. Secondly, there might be times when I ask you to do something. You cannot refuse as long as it is within your abilities. Naturally, you will not be asked to do anything that will endanger your life. If such a situation arises, you can make your own judgment based on the situation. Okay. Thirdly, please let me know if you no longer want to stick around with me. Don't leave without saying anything. That won't happen. She shook her head. If there are no problems with these, then I hope we get along. Lu Yi stretched his hand out to Yi. Yi tilted her head to the side and looked at him in bewilderment. Nevertheless, she imitated his actions and stretched her hand out toward him. He grabbed her hand and shook it gently. She seemed to understand his intentions and smiled so widely that her eyes became slitted. Let's get along. The tiger behind her purred. Then she jumped onto its head and looked at Lu Yi. As a sign of my sincerity, I have something good to tell you. Something good. The 3 words that came out of her mouth immediately caught his interest. Under the tiger and Yi's guidance, Lu Yi came to a well-concealed cave located in the area adjacent to the tiger's territory deep within the depths of Green Cloud Mountain. The entrance of the cave was overgrown with weeds. If one was not familiar with the terrain here, it would be very difficult to find the entrance of this cave. Is this the place? Lu Yi stuck his head into the cave and looked around. The inside was pitch black and he could not see anything. Yes, he and the tiger were leading the way in front, beckoning for him to keep up. He was carrying a knife around his waist. Pressing his hand against the handle of the knife, he prepared himself to deal with emergencies at any time. According to her, a snake-type spirit beast was living deep inside this cave. She and the tiger had once entered deep into this cave and suffered a great loss at the hands of the snake demon as a result. However, they also managed to discover a secret. That secret was the something good that she mentioned wanting to show him earlier. The cave sloped downward. He felt as though he was so far from the surface that there were more than 10 meters between him and the surface of the ground. Even so, he had yet to reach the end. It could be seen just how deep this cave went. At this point, the surroundings were no longer nice and cool. Rather, a wave of heat was constantly pouring out from the front. The further inward they went, the more intense the heat became. Yi was already starting to gasp for breath. Finally, she stopped and said, "I can't go any further." She was a spirit after all. It was only natural that a scorching environment like this was not very compatible with her. Lu Yi had a sudden realization. "Did you come here the last time you were injured?" She nodded. "That thing can only be found here. Amber will go with you. The snake demon is not that strong. You should be able to take it down with the tiger's cooperation." "Okay. Wait here." He nodded at her words and continued onward with the tiger. He walked for a long time. By this point, he suspected that he was currently several hundreds of meters underground by now. The heat in the air was extremely intense. Despite activating his spiritual power to protect his body, he still found the heat extremely unbearable. On the other hand, the tiger was panting with its tongue lolling out of its mouth. It also had a lethargic expression on its face that made it look like a dog suffering from heat stroke. A short while later, they finally reached the end of the road. It was an underground karst cave that could be considered spacious. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Lu Yi noticed a huge snake occupying the depths of the karst cave at a glance. The huge snake was probably as thick as his thighs, and he could not tell how long it was. It was holding its head high, breathing heavily in front of a small tree about half a person's height. The entirety of the small tree was glowing red, like a red-hot branding iron. Moreover, there were 2 fruits approximately the size of a baby's fist hanging from the tree. The entire karst cave was filled with a bizarre fragrance. It was the barrier-penetrating fruit. That was the something good that Yi had mentioned before. With Lu Ye's current wealth, it would not have impressed him if it were just any ordinary thing. However, the barrier-penetrating fruit was different. This item was extremely effective in penetrating the barriers of a cultivator's spiritual points. It could be said that it would remain useful as long as the spiritual points of a person were not fully unlocked. He had consumed the barrier-penetrating fruit once before. It was all thanks to that fruit that he managed to advance into the Spirit Creek realm. Therefore, his interest was immediately piqued when she mentioned it. The barrier-penetrating fruit that she gave him previously was something she had stolen from this place. As a spirit, she was able to come and go without any traces. Even the snake demon that occupied this place was unable to guard against her. It was just that the environment here was extremely harmful to her. If not for the fact that she had no other choice back then, she would not have risked her life by coming here. Although she obtained the fruit in the end, the effort had weakened her so much that it took her many days to recover. Both Yi and the tiger held a grudge against this snake demon, but they had not been strong enough in the past to get their revenge on the snake demon. Now that they had Lu Yi as their backer, combined with the fact that they were leaving soon, it was only natural that she wanted to get her revenge against the snake demon. At the same time, Lu Yi would obtain 2 more barrier-penetrating fruits. Not only would this deepen their mutual affection, but it would also solidify their cooperative relationship. It could be said that she was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The snake demon was coiled up around the barrier-penetrating fruit tree. It was using its body as a cover to keep the tree surrounded in the center. Its head was held high as it breathed, a fiery red aura visible to the naked eye flowing into its mouth and nose. It looked like it was cultivating. Unfortunately, it was about to be disturbed by 2 uninvited guests. The snake demon abruptly raised its head when the tiger let out a furious roar, its tongue flicking in and out of its mouth. The tiger had already pounced like a gust of wind. In the next moment, the snake demon shot forward, opened its mouth and bit down on the tiger's neck. The tiger roared out in pain, but it also bit into the belly of the snake. Nevertheless, their strength was not equal. Although the tiger was bleeding from the snake demon's bite, the snake demon was completely unhurt. There was a fiery red demon power permeating the surface of the snake demon's body to form a layer of protection that prevented the tiger from biting through. The majestic and imposing tiger was at a disadvantage as soon as they confronted each other. Moreover, The several-meter-long snake body wrapped around the tiger tightly and immediately turned the tiger into a dumpling. It was an instant kill. Even though they were both spirit beasts, the difference in strength between them was not small. Fortunately, there was still Lu Yi. When the tiger rushed forward, he had used the tiger's body as a cover to charge forward. This moment where the two creatures were tangled together in a fierce struggle was the best time to make a move. While unsheathing his knife, he drew upon his spiritual power to bless the knife with the sharp-edged spiritual pattern. A cold light instantly flashed out of the blade and blood splattered everywhere. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 56, Something Stirring. Lu Yi brushed past the two fierce beasts that were struggling against each other. Before he could stand up straight, the reddish tail of the snake lashed out at him like a whip. A gust of wind blew in his face. Unable to dodge aside, he could only hastily call upon his spiritual power to protect himself. Smack. He was sent flying. A soreness spread across his shoulder blades as he rolled across the scorching ground several times. He got to his feet and looked up in surprise. His attack that was enchanted with the sharp edge had failed to slice the snake in two. He only managed to slice through most of the snake's body. Blood gushed out of the wound as the snake demon rolled on the ground in excruciating pain. Meanwhile, the tiger took the chance to break free of the snake's restraints, bravely and fearlessly rushed forward, aimed for the wound and took a huge bite. Then it viciously tore off a large chunk of flesh. In response, the snake raised its head up high and opened its mouth. A faint red light brewed in its mouth, aiming directly at where the tiger currently stood. At the same time, the temperature within the karst cave increased considerably. The tiger instinctively sensed that something ominous was coming. Thus, it let out a low roar and sprang to the side with vigorous movements. In the next moment, flames spewed out of the snake's mouth. It was so hot that the very air became distorted from the heat. The corners of Lu Ye's eyes twitched at the sight. He could tell that the snake demon was much stronger than the tiger. It was fortunate that the tiger was currently holding the snake's attention. Otherwise, he would have been forced to use a golden body talisman paper to block the attack if that mouthful of flames had been directed at him. The tiger avoided the attack in the nick of time, so the flames failed to hurt it. On the other hand, Lu Yi took the chance to sneak behind the snake demon and slashed at the snake just below its head. This attack once again only managed to slice through most of the snake's body because the blade was stopped by the snake's bones. Having suffered twice at his hands, the huge snake immediately turned around and took aim at him. A red glow began brewing in its mouth again. He did not retreat in the face of the attack. Instead, he stabbed his knife into the snake's mouth and threw himself backward at the same time. When the flames poured out, the knife pierced through the snake's head and penetrated through the back of the snake's head. At that moment, a snow-white figure rushed out from the side, slammed into the snake's body, and knocked the snake to the side. As a result, the flames that spewed out of the snake's mouth missed its target and burned the air instead. Lu Yi, who had fallen to the ground, quickly got to his feet and took out a spirit talisman paper from his storage bag. Holding the spirit talisman paper in his hand, he glanced to the side and remained alert. However, he soon put the spirit talisman paper away and quietly stood there waiting. His last attack had pierced right through the snake's head. Could be said to be a fatal blow. Although the huge snake was wriggling and twitching on the ground, it was obvious that it could not survive much longer. Moreover, the knife that was stuck in its mouth caused even greater damage with every twitch it made. The ground was stained with splattered snake blood, which was then evaporated by the high temperature in the cave with hissing sounds. In the meantime, the tiger got to its feet and shook its body. Its snow-white fur was a mess. There were large patches of burnt marks here and there, making it look extremely disheveled. The entire process from the time the tiger launched its first attack until now had taken no more than a dozen seconds. The battle was decided during that brief period and the victor emerged alive. Nevertheless, the fight in that few short seconds had been extremely dangerous. What surprised Lu Yi was that his first time cooperating with the tiger had gone so perfectly. In particular, during that last moment when he landed that fatal blow and fell backward in order to avoid the opponent's flaming breath, the tiger's slamming attack had ensured his safety even more. He secretly reflected that it would have been a difficult battle against this snake demon had he come here alone. He might even be forced to use several spirit talisman papers. However, it only took such a short time for him to defeat the opponent with the tiger's help. He suddenly felt that it was a good thing that he agreed to Yi's request back then. Good job. Lu Yi nodded at the tiger, being generous with his praise. The tiger responded with a purring sound. It was not able to speak and its strength was not that great, but he found that it was very intelligent after interacting with it on several occasions. It could understand words, which was an amazing feat. After a while, the huge snake finally stopped moving. He stepped forward and kicked it to confirm that it was completely dead. Glancing at the long knife sticking out of the snake's mouth, he couldn't help feeling a little troubled. The knife was glowing red from the heat of the snake's flames. It would take a layer off his skin if he tried to retrieve it now. Thus he had no choice but to wait a while. Taking advantage of this time, he walked over to the barrier-penetrating fruit tree, carefully plucked the 2 barrier-penetrating fruits, and placed them into his storage bags. As for the tree, he had no plans to do anything to the tree. Besides, it would not survive even if he brought it with him. Just as he was about to go and retrieve his knife, his mind suddenly became disoriented. Something inside his body stirred restlessly. This feeling inadvertently reminded him of what happened a few months ago. He quickly said, "Amber, go back first. I will join you later." The tiger made a soft growl, raising its paws to tap the dead snake. He immediately understood its meaning. "I know. This is a good thing. How can I leave it behind?" Only then did the tiger walk out in satisfaction. Before it left, it even picked up the chunk of meat that it tore off the huge snake previously. Lu Yi looked back at the barrier-penetrating fruit tree once the tiger's figure was completely out of sight. The same feeling of excitement stirred in him again. He hastily focused his mind. To his surprise, the shadow of the skill tree did not appear in his field of vision. Instead, something strange occurred in his source spiritual point. Closing his eyes quickly, he carefully perceived the changes. He could vaguely see the phantom of a large tree appearing in his source spiritual point. It was the skill tree. The roots of the skill tree grew countless fine roots, just like that time in the mines of the Evil Moon Valley a few months ago. Those fine roots then plunged into something somewhere. In the next moment, a fiery red power was drawn out along the roots. Following the influx of the fiery red power, he clearly saw one of the leaves on the skill tree burst into flames and burn brightly. It was followed by a second leaf. When it came to the third leaf, that particular leaf only glowed slightly but did not burn. Afterward, the roots slowly disappeared. He opened his eyes again and discovered that he had placed his hand on the barrier-penetrating fruit tree at some point. The tree was completely withered. The originally scorching hot karst cave had also undergone a complete change. It was no longer hot. He became lost in thought, thinking back to the time when the skill tree experienced a change for the first time. At the time, he had been going through Manager Yang's belongings when he found an unknown mineral ore. Then, the skill tree had grown roots that plunged into the ore. In the end, the mineral ore cracked open to reveal a ball of orange-yellow flames. After the skill tree absorbed the power of those flames, a leaf engraved with the sharp-edged spiritual pattern had burst into flames. This time around, it was even more incredible. He did not know what kind of power the skill tree had absorbed, but it caused 2 leaves to burn while the third showed obvious changes. It looks like the conjecture I came up with a long time ago is correct. The skill tree needs to absorb the power of flames, or some sort of searing heat to show any changes. What happened just now has indisputably proven this fact. This underground karst cave must have contained the energy needed by the skill tree. Once the skill tree absorbed those powers, this place was no longer scorching hot as before. Since the living environment of the barrier-penetrating fruit tree had been destroyed, it was only natural for it to die as well. It could even be said that the tree originally contained some of the power of heat. How could it survive once that energy had been depleted by the skill tree? Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 57 On the Road. Inside the karst cave, Lu Yi closed his eyes again and quietly perceived something. The skill tree was indeed located in his source spiritual point. He could see this whenever he focused his mind. This was not the same as before. In the past, the skill tree had always appeared in his field of vision as a phantom whenever he concentrated. Perhaps the skill tree has always been in my source spiritual point. It might be that I was not enlightened at the time, so all I saw was the phantom reflected in my field of vision. Perhaps I gained the ability to sense the skill tree more intuitively after achieving enlightenment. After entering the Spirit Creek battlefield, he had been busy improving his cultivation. He underwent intense cultivation and stopped paying attention to the state of the skill tree, so it wasn't until the skill tree absorbed another external power that he noticed these changes. This was a good thing. There had always been a question in his heart that remained a mystery until today. It was related to how he could cultivate by consuming spirit pills without experiencing any side effects. He had guessed that it was related to the skill tree, but he did not know the exact relationship between these two factors. Now that he could intuitively sense the existence of the skill tree, he might be able to study it carefully when he had the time. He looked at the 2 burning leaves on the skill tree. Despite knowing that those leaves were very beneficial to him, he couldn't help recalling some unpleasant memories at the sight. Suppressing his desire to investigate the leaves, he walked over to the snake demon corpse, tugged his weapon out of it, and chopped it into 10 parts before storing them into his storage bag. The snake demon was much stronger than the tiger. It also had the ability to spit fire. Therefore, the snake meat was sure to contain rich spiritual power. Eating it would greatly nourish him. After he finished his task, he looked around and confirmed that he had not missed out on anything. Only then did he finally leave the karst cave. More than an hour later, Lu Yi met up with Yi and the tiger who were waiting at the entrance of the cave. Seeing that there was blood on the tiger's shoulder blades, he took out a healing pill and gave it to the tiger. This was the bite injury the tiger received from the snake demon during the previous battle. He himself had also sustained some light injuries around his shoulder blades from the time the snake's tail whipped him, but his injuries were nothing serious. A short while later, he rode on the tiger's back and reached out to stroke its soft fur. He recalled the first time he met Yi and the tiger. At the time, he would never have imagined that there would come a day when the majestic and imposing tiger would become his mount. He had to admit that riding on the tiger's back was a nice experience. It gave a second-order Spirit Creek realm master like him an air of kingly arrogance. Besides, the tiger had a sturdy body and a spacious back. It was not uncomfortable to ride. Where to? Yi sat cross-legged on top of the tiger's head and turned around to ask. Following the guidance he got from the battlefield imprint on the back of his hand, he pointed in a direction. That way. Go along the foot of the mountain. Let's go then. She waved her small hand. It was obvious that she was in a very good mood. The tiger let out a low roar in response. Then, a snow-white figure shot forward like a sharp arrow. On that day, many low-level cultivators preparing to enter Green Cloud Mountain for training saw the figure of a young man leisurely riding past them on a snow-white tiger. Drops of water fell into the sea, causing small ripples. Even so, those ripples would eventually set off large waves. When night fell, they arrived beneath a cliff that protruded and sloped outward. There was a depression at the bottom of the cliff that formed into a natural shelter. Yi, who had gone ahead to check out the situation, stood there beckoning at Lu Yi. Lu Yi, this way. This way. Lu Yi strode over with awe-inspiring majesty under the moonlight, steadily making his way over to her, step by step. Looking at his strange walking posture, she could barely keep a straight face while looking at him. In the end, she could not hold back and burst out laughing. He walked past her and glared at her fiercely. At first, he thought that riding a tiger would be a pleasurable experience. However, the first day of his travels immediately taught him how naive he was. The main reason was that the friction had chafed his thighs so badly that it was unbearable. He was certain that his inner thighs were currently a bloody mess. Furthermore, he could still remember the bumpy feeling of riding on the tiger's back. Forget about cultivating while riding. It was a miracle he didn't fall off during the journey. You'll get used to it, she called out from behind him, walking into the natural depression. He nodded in satisfaction. This was a great place to rest. There were traces of a bonfire that had burnt out inside the depression. It appeared to have been left by the travelers before them. He rested for a while before he got up to gather some firewood and started a fire. Then he took out a section of the snake's body, peeled the skin, cleaned out the innards, and sliced off a chunk of snake meat that was approximately 10 kilograms. As for the rest, he tossed them to the tiger. The tiger held several kilograms of snake meat between its paws and feasted on the meat, enjoying itself immensely. The fire danced. A fragrance gradually permeated the air. Hot oil splattered on the fire and made crackling sounds. While roasting the snake meat, Lu Yi took out one of the barrier-penetrating fruits from his storage bag and motioned to Yi. Yi looked at him suspiciously. There were 2 fruits. I'm splitting it equally between us, he explained. She shook her head in response. This is only useful for you. Both Amber and I are unable to use it. You can keep it for yourself. He mulled over it for a bit before asking, Does Amber eat spirit pills? She nodded. It also eats spirit stones. He was shocked to hear that. It can also eat spirit stones? She explained, Spirit stones are the condensation of spiritual qi. All spirit beasts can consume them. Only humans can't, since they can't refine the spirit stones. He learned a lot from their conversation. No wonder Yi and the tiger began asking for spirit stones when they failed to get spirit pills from him during their attempt to rob him back then. Then your share of the fruit will be converted into spirit pills. He looked a little embarrassed. But I don't know how much these fruits are worth. She pursed her lips into a smile. Just give whatever you like. Currently, Amber only needs 2 spirit pills a day. That's not much. The snake meat was soon cooked. He sprinkled some salt to taste and began wolfing it down. All of a sudden, he raised his head and glanced at her. She was staring at him wistfully. Thus, he handed the snake meat in his hand to her. Do you want some? She shook her head. I can't eat. Afterward, he continued to eat. The snake meat was truly very nourishing. After wolfing down several kilograms of the snake meat, he felt warmth spreading throughout his body. He was filled with energy. Even the flow of his spiritual power seemed to be faster. While refining his vitality into qi, he took out his knife and walked over to the open space beside them. He took off his shirt, revealing his supple upper body. Then, he began making chopping motions in the air with a serious expression. His previous battle with the fair-skinned man had shown him that his combat skills were a mess. He could improve his cultivation by consuming spirit pills, but spirit pills were useless for things like combat skills. Seeing as there was nobody who could teach him, he could only think of a simple idea. And that was to keep slashing and chopping away methodically. He did not know if this method would work, but it was the only idea he could come up with. In the future, he would surely meet more and more powerful enemies. If he were to fight them personally, both his cultivation and combat skills would be indispensable. Under the moonlight, the young man earnestly slashed away with sweat dripping down his back. Not far away, a snow-white tiger lay on the ground and slept soundly with a hazy white light lingering around its body. A black-haired girl sat with her arms around her knees, watching the young man quietly. With the full moon hanging high in the sky as the background, it made a beautiful picture. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 58 Protection. After a full 2 hours passed, Lu Yi finally stopped. He walked into the shadows, took out the water bag and quickly cleaned himself up. When he finished putting his clothes back on, he returned to the cliff. The tiger was already sound asleep, snoring loud enough to shake the heavens. On the other hand, Yi was still sitting there as though she had been waiting for him. She felt a little curious when she saw the expression on his face. He seemed to have made a difficult decision at this moment. He had a look on his face that seemed to say he was determined to bravely forge forward, regardless of the difficulties in his path. Thus, she couldn't help tilting her head to the side in confusion. Meanwhile, he sat down cross-legged with a distressed expression. Pondering over something for a moment, he gave her a quick warning. Don't be too bothered if I suddenly fall unconscious. She was utterly bewildered. However, he did not give a further explanation. He closed his eyes and immersed himself into his mind. Then he once again saw the skill tree entrenched in his sore spiritual point. There were 3 leaves burning among the leaves of the huge canopy. The 4th leaf was glowing slightly but had not caught on fire yet. The first burning leaf on his skill tree had appeared inside the mines of the evil Moon Valley. That leaf carried the spiritual pattern known as Sharp Edge. If not for the Sharp Edge spiritual pattern, he could not have killed the seriously injured Zhou Cheng so easily, pierced through the fair-skinned man's defensive layer of spiritual power, or even inflicted heavy damage on the snake demon to obtain victory in the end. It could be said that this spiritual pattern had been of great help to him during several critical moments. Now that 2 more leaves on the skill tree had caught fire, he was both feeling anxious and looking forward to what other kind of spiritual pattern he was going to get. As his concentration slowly focused, he looked at one of the burning leaves. Just like the first time, that small leaf quickly enlarged until it completely filled his vision and his mind in the blink of an eye. A large amount of information came pouring uncontrollably into his mind at the same time. He once again experienced the feeling as though somebody was smashing his head with a sledgehammer. He had fainted the last time. This time around he did not lose consciousness even though he felt as though the world was spinning around him and the pain was unbearable. He would rather have fainted. The entire process almost made him wish that he was dead. It was a living hell. It felt like somebody was tearing his brains apart, forcibly stuffing something he did not understand into his brain, and vigorously mixing them up. All of a sudden, he jerked his eyes open. A suppressed scream came out of his throat and his eyes became completely bloodshot. Yi, who had been watching him all this while, jumped in fright. Her shock was so great that even the sleeping tiger woke up with a start. The tiger roared and looked around its surroundings vigilantly, mistakenly thinking that they were being attacked. A short while later, Lu Yi gradually calmed down. His vision was bloody and his body was drenched in sweat. Yi and the tiger stood beside him in a panic, at a loss for what to do. His appearance at this moment was extremely ferocious. It was one thing that both his eyes were blood red, but even the veins in his temples were bulging as though he was enduring great torture. He panted heavily for a while before he managed to recover somewhat. Then, he directed his words at the nervous duo. "I'm okay now." Afterward he closed his eyes again. The pain and agony were over. It was time to harvest the fruits of his victory. Yi and the tiger exchanged a glance with each other. Both of them were clueless about what was going on, but this matter seemed to be related to Lu Ye's cultivation. It was not her place to ask if he did not want to speak about it. Therefore she could only wait by the side with the tiger. At this moment, Lu Yi was investigating the characteristics of the second spiritual pattern. Protection. That was the word written on the second spiritual pattern. Judging from the name alone, it seemed to be a spiritual pattern for defense. In the past, he had made some conjectures that since the first spiritual pattern was offensive-based, the second spiritual pattern might be defensive-based. It would seem that his guess had been correct. He opened his eyes. After a moment of deliberation, a layer of aura that was visible to the naked eye suddenly flashed into existence on the palm of his hand. That aura took on the appearance of a triangular shield. The shield was engraved with complicated and intricate patterns. Is that a spiritual pattern? Yi, who had been observing him in silence, was shocked. Although she had lost many of her memories, she still retained her memories regarding common sense in the cultivation world. In this regard, she knew much more than Lu Yi. Therefore, she found it absolutely absurd that he could actually use his spiritual power to construct a spiritual pattern. It had to be said that low-level cultivators like Lu Yi generally focused only on improving their cultivation. They did not even have the time to study up on spell techniques, much less the complicated spiritual patterns. Naturally, there were some spell techniques that could be regarded as the manifestation of spiritual patterns. It could even be said the spiritual pattern he was currently operating could be regarded as a defensive spell technique. Spell techniques and spiritual patterns were closely related. They often had similarities between them, but they were not exactly the same. It was hard to explain the nuances in just a few words. Nevertheless, it was hard to believe that a low-level cultivator could construct a spiritual pattern. Yi was becoming more and more certain that Lu Yi was most likely a disciple of a top sect. Moreover, his status in the sect was definitely not a lowly one. He might even be the illegitimate son of a sect master or something similar. Due to some unavoidable reasons, he had no choice but to leave his sect and gain experience in the world all on his own. In just a few short seconds, she had already concocted a story full of grievances and revenge in her head. On the other hand, Lu Yi ignored her gaze. He was currently trying to gauge the durability of the protection. Purely from a defensive point of view, the protection's defensive abilities completely surpassed his spiritual power protection. If he were to compare between the two, there would be a difference of several times in terms of defensive abilities alone. That meant that he would have a better means of defense if he had to deal with any more attacks in the future. While the defensive abilities might be extraordinary, the consumption rate was nothing to sniff at either. This palm-sized protection spiritual pattern had already used up one of the spiritual power reserves of his spiritual points. It had an even greater consumption rate than the sharp edge. In other words, he would run out of spiritual power if he activated the spiritual pattern 20 times in a row. Furthermore, the consumption would increase if the range of the protection was expanded. He was only activating a palm-sized protection spiritual pattern, but that did not mean that the protection spiritual pattern was limited to this size. If he wished, he could control it so that it became bigger than this. In any case, this was not a bad spiritual pattern. He might have something like the golden body talisman paper, but there would come a day when he ran out of spirit talisman papers. On the contrary, this protection spiritual pattern was something that belonged to him. Comparing between the two, the protection spiritual pattern could be activated with just a single thought. In contrast, it was much more troublesome to activate a spirit talisman paper. First, a person had to take the spirit talisman paper out of their storage bag and pour their spiritual power into the spirit talisman paper. During a fierce battle, there was often not enough time for him to take any of those steps. If he had a spiritual pattern like this before he met the fair-skinned man, he could have faced the opponent's attack head-on and slaughtered the other man without resorting to tricks. This spiritual pattern might not have increased his cultivation, but it greatly increased his repertoire of combat skills. There was one more to go. Recalling the previous experience, he involuntarily gave a shudder at the thought. He had no plans to investigate the other spiritual pattern yet. At the very least, it would not be within the next 2 days. His mind was currently a mess. If he tried to investigate the spiritual pattern in this condition, he might end up losing his life instead. Hence, there was no other choice but to rest for a few more days at home. Taking out a spirit-restoring pill, he ate it and then prepared to investigate the other question that had puzzled him all this while. Why do I not experience any side effects from cultivating through the use of spirit's pills? Does that have anything to do with the skill tree? Thus, he continued to quietly perceive the situation and soon glimpse the skill tree that was hiding inside his source spiritual point. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 59, The Secret of the Skill Tree. Lu Yi had not noticed anything before he began paying attention to this matter in detail. Now that he was explicitly investigating this matter, he could clearly sense the existence of the skill tree. That mysterious tree had taken root in his source spiritual point. The pill power of the spirit-restoring pill dissolved in his abdomen and turned into spiritual power. While concentrating on guiding the pill power into his spiritual points, he paid close attention to the skill tree. The spiritual power converted from the pill power could not be directly injected into just any random spiritual point. It must first pass through the source spiritual point. Take his 21st spiritual point that was currently only partially filled, for example. The spiritual power he obtained by consuming the spirit pill had to first go through the source spiritual point before it could flow into the 21st spiritual point. If any of the spiritual points were too far away from the source spiritual point, then the spiritual power would need to pass through several other spiritual points along the way. There were no exceptions. The source spiritual point was the entry point for receiving spiritual power. That was the reason why it was dubbed as the source spiritual point. It was also the most important spiritual point for all cultivators. Based on his understanding, the source spiritual point was similar to the dantian that all martial arts masters had. Having said that, the source spiritual point was indeed located right at the dantian. In addition, the spiritual points unlocked by low-grade cultivation techniques were generally located close to the source spiritual point. Therefore, there was no need for transfers between spiritual points. The spiritual power would only need to pass through the source spiritual point. In the past, he had never bothered to examine the process carefully. After intentionally observing the process, he was astonished to learn that the spiritual power converted from the pill power did not seem to be as pure as his own spiritual power. That spiritual power was mixed with a trace of something unknown. That something was most likely harmful to his body. Is that the pill poison? A thought popped up in his mind. The sect master had once mentioned that all medicine was somewhat poisonous, including the spirit pills that cultivators consumed. The lower the quality of the spirit pill, the more the pill poison. That was why cultivators needed to figure out a way to remove the pill poison from their bodies after consuming spirit pills during their cultivation. Otherwise, various hidden dangers would remain in their bodies. That vaguely contaminated spiritual power flowed into his source spiritual point, passed through his source spiritual point, and flowed into his 21st spiritual point. However, something strange happened during that process. Not the slightest trace of pill poison remained in the spiritual power that flowed into his 21st spiritual point. It had become as pure as the spiritual power in the rest of his spiritual points. He became acutely aware of this. From this, he could be certain that the changes in his spiritual power had occurred within his source spiritual point. Hence, he hurriedly focused most of his attention on his source spiritual point. Upon a closer inspection, he soon discovered the hidden mystery. The skill tree that had rooted itself in his source spiritual point had grown roots. It seemed to be absorbing the spiritual power in his source spiritual point, circulating it through the tree trunk, and feeding it back out. The vaguely contaminated spiritual power became pure after going through that process. During the entire process, a gray aura similar to ashes was continuously discharged from the tree trunk of the skill tree. Sure enough, the crux of the matter lay in the skill tree. According to what he observed, the skill tree seemed to have the ability to purify spiritual power. All the pill poison had been burned off by the skill tree. Then he remembered something else. Ever since he achieved enlightenment, he would feel slightly uncomfortable after every cultivation session, because it felt as if he was covered in a layer of dust. That situation had only become more and more obvious after he entered the Spirit Creek battlefield and consumed a lot of the spirit restoring pills. On the contrary, this situation had not occurred during the period where he refined his vitality into qi and did not consume the spirit restoring pills. After combining all of these facts together, he finally came to a realization. The skill tree had the ability to purify spiritual power. Thus, all the pill poison he accumulated from consuming spirit pills while cultivating had been burned off by the skill tree. That was why he had suffered no hidden dangers from consuming so many spirit pills during his cultivation. Since the burned pill poison could not just disappear without reason, it had been excreted from his body. That was what caused him to feel as though he was covered in a layer of dust after every cultivation session. Everything became clear now. All his previous conjectures had been confirmed, but the results were not that surprising. Nevertheless, he would no longer experience any psychological pressure from consuming spirit pills while cultivating in the future after learning the truth. He relaxed his mind and continued to guide the pill power in his abdomen. The spiritual power in his 21st spiritual point gradually increased as a result. At first, Yi had monitored him nervously. However, she accidentally fell asleep when she saw that his condition was no longer abnormal. The heavens only knew how a spirit could fall asleep. She was awakened by the sound of something slicing through the air. By the time she opened her eyes again, the sky had already gotten bright and the bonfire next to her had long since died. Not far away, Lu Yi stood topless with his knife in one hand. He was continuously making slashing motions. Each move could not be considered fast, but his expression was meticulous. This guy, is he made of steel? The corner of her eyes twitched at the sight. The truth was that he had slept for 6 hours last night. Although a cultivator's body was stronger than that of an ordinary person, they still needed rest. That was all the more so for a low-level cultivator like him who had yet to completely separate himself from the limits of ordinary men. It was just that he knew how difficult the road ahead was going to be, so he could not afford to waste any time. By the time he finished his morning training, Yi and the tiger had already gathered enough firewood to start a fire. Therefore, he took out a section of the snake's body from his storage bag and tossed it to them to handle. After they ate their fill, they continued on their journey. The journey was not as nice as he had imagined. During the bumpy journey, he swallowed a spirit-restoring pill and tried to cultivate whilst riding on the tiger's back. As long as he could not solve this problem, He would waste a lot of time on this journey. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter some low-level cultivators passing by in a haste. It was just that the tiger would avoid them in advance. In any case, as long as none of those cultivators were sick in the head, none of them would dare to challenge the tiger that they saw from afar. Besides, they might not even manage to catch up to the tiger. When night fell, they would find a suitable place to rest as usual. He would then eat some snake meat, practice his swordplay, consume some spirit pills, and cultivate. Today's progress had been fairly good. Although he still felt that riding on the tiger's back was very bumpy, he at least managed to start cultivating. It was just that his efficiency was rather low. At dawn, he took out the 10-point map and compared his current position with his starting position to determine the direction of their travels and their nearest destination. Despite riding on the tiger for 2 days, they had yet to leave the mountain range of Green Cloud Mountain. That just went to show how vast this mountain range was. Another day later, it was evening when Lu Yi gazed at the city not far away and let out a long sigh. They had finally arrived at the nearest destination. This place was labeled as Green Cloud City number 5 on the 10-point map. He attracted a lot of attention when he rode the tiger into the city. Although he had seen many cultivators with spirit beasts accompanying them during his time in Green Cloud City number 3, those spirit beasts had been small and insignificant. None of them was as majestic as the tiger. At the beginning, he had considered asking the tiger to wait for him outside the city. Unfortunately, the tiger's true strength was simply not powerful enough. Not to mention that they were unfamiliar with this place. Things might end badly if the tiger ended up accidentally intruding on another spirit beast's territory. After mulling over it, he decided to bring the tiger along with him. He was planning to rest here for a night. He had to admit that having the tiger by his side was very intimidating for others. Therefore, many of the more cowardly cultivators gave him a wide berth. About half an hour later, Lu Yi came to the Divine Trade Association in this city. He did not have any spirit stones on hand, but the trade association also accepted spirit pills as payment. Hence, he was led to a guest room on the 3rd floor by a person of the trade association after he paid for his stay with a spirit-restoring pill. The room was not that big, but it was very clean. He fed the tiger a spirit-restoring pill. Then the tiger lay on the floor and rested. On the other hand, he, who had been staying hidden for a long time, finally came out for a breath of fresh air. Meanwhile, Lu Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, guiding the pill power to penetrate the barrier of his 22nd spiritual point. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 60, Gathering Spirits. Lu Yi had already filled his 21st spiritual point to the brim during the day. Therefore, he only needed to penetrate the barrier of his 22nd spiritual point to be one step closer to the 3rd order Spirit Creek realm. However, he did not consume the barrier-penetrating fruit even though it had the miraculous effect of penetrating the barriers around the spiritual points. According to his estimation, the barrier-penetrating fruit was likely to be something very precious. He only took the spirit fruit previously because he had been in a hurry to advance into the 1st order Spirit Creek realm. Seeing as he had enough spirit-restoring pills at the moment and could achieve the same results with a little more time, he did not wish to waste the barrier-penetrating fruit on something like this. Instead, he wanted to preserve these 2 spirit fruits and wait until the time was right to consume them so that he could make the most of them. Besides, the spiritual power in his body nowadays was incomparable to how it had been in the beginning. Breaking through the barriers of his spiritual points had become much easier for him. The entire process took less than 2 hours. He successfully broke through the barrier of his 22nd spiritual point, and allowed a trickle of spiritual power to flow into it. Afterward, he continued to cultivate for a while. It was not until he completely digested the remaining pill power that he finally stopped cultivating. 3 days had passed since the last time he inspected the spiritual pattern on the leaves of the skill tree. He had planned to investigate the 3rd burning leaf tonight to see what kind of spiritual pattern it carried. Despite mentally preparing himself for what was to come, he still felt a little reluctant when he was about to do this. It was mainly because the experience was simply too unpleasant. Be that as it may, it was something that he needed to experience sooner or later. Dragging it out would only make it worse. Therefore, he resolutely focused his mind and looked at the skill tree in his source spiritual point. The burning leaf was rapidly enlarged. Following that, the complicated and intricate pattern on the leaf filled his vision and his mind in an instant. At the same time, the feeling that somebody was smashing his head in with a sledgehammer came again. His brains were pried open, a large amount of unknown information poured into his head, and then everything was vigorously mixed together. A long while later, he finally opened his eyes and gasped for breath. Beside him, the tiger lifted its head to look at him. Similarly, Yi stood beside the bed and looked at him worriedly. It was fortunate that they had already experienced a similar occurrence 3 days ago, so this incident did not shock her as much anymore. Afterward, Lu Yi immersed his mind once more and studied the information that had been added into his brain. Gathering spirits. That was the name of the spiritual pattern carried on the third leaf. The first spiritual pattern is offense-based, the second spiritual pattern is defense-based, and now the third pattern is support-based. The function of this spiritual pattern was easily understood just by looking at the name alone. It was used to gather spiritual qi. Thus, he activated his spiritual power and constructed this spiritual power on the palm of his hand. The moment the complicated and intricate spiritual pattern appeared, all the world's spiritual qi in the room gathered toward the palm of his hand. Even the world's spiritual qi outside the room was pulled toward him and came pouring into the room. He waited for some time and discovered that the world's spiritual qi in the room did not seem to have changed much. It might be that the spiritual pattern he constructed was neither large enough nor lasted long enough. If he could construct a spiritual pattern that could cover the room or even the entire trade association, then the effect of gathering the world's spiritual qi would probably be very outstanding. Putting aside whether or not his spiritual power could support such a large spiritual pattern, it was meaningless even if he did do something like that. His body was unable to absorb spiritual qi effectively. It did not matter how dense the spiritual qi around him was, it would still be of little use to him. Trash! He cursed in his heart, feeling disappointed. Both Sharp Edge and Protection could provide great help to him in battle, so he had been looking forward to the third spiritual pattern. Disappointingly, it turned out to be such a useless spiritual pattern. Nevertheless, the consumption of the Gathering Spirit's spiritual pattern was very small compared to Sharp Edge and Protection. For a spiritual pattern of the same size, the consumption of Gathering Spirits was only 10% of Protection's. Moreover, it seemed like it could be maintained for a long time. Be it Sharp Edge or Protection, the duration they could be maintained was very short. That was why he had to grasp the perfect timing when using them in battle. It was possible to maintain them for a long time, but the consumption of his spiritual power would increase. In this regard, Gathering Spirits was different. It would also replenish itself while gathering the world's spiritual qi. In that way, it would continue operating forever once it was activated, unless he actively dispersed the spiritual pattern. Thinking about it this way, it was not completely useless after all. If he could construct a large enough Gathering Spirit's spiritual pattern in the base of a sect, then the world's spiritual qi in that base would become more and more dense over time. Meanwhile, Yi was staring at this scene in shock. She had personally witnessed Lu Yi casually constructing an unknown spiritual pattern that night 3 days ago, and she was seeing it again tonight. More importantly, they were completely different spiritual patterns. Although she was not sure what the spiritual pattern 3 days ago was used for, the spiritual pattern this time obviously had the effect of gathering the world's spiritual qi. Just who on earth is this guy? His cultivation is not high, but his research in spiritual patterns is so thorough. This is something that takes up a lot of time and energy after all. From the looks of it, he really is related to some big shot in a major sect. The more she thought about it, the stranger her thoughts became. Even so, she was smart. There were some things that should never be questioned, so she simply pretended not to know about them. Lu Yi was very grateful for her consideration in this regard. Otherwise, he would have had to reconsider whether to continue their cooperative relationship. On the other hand, Lu Yi had already dispelled the Gathering Spirit's spiritual pattern. He took off his shirt, picked up his long knife, and began practicing his slashing. The tiger had no choice but to curl up in the corner to avoid being accidentally injured. Stroke after stroke, he slashed away seriously. Soon the night passed and dawn came. Lu Yi exited the third floor and came to the main hall on the first floor. He sought out one of the trade association's managers and sold 2 pieces of yuan metal ore to the other party. He currently had another 14 pieces of the yuan metal ore. Each of them was relatively large, and the largest one of them all was the size of a wash basin. Be that as it may, he did not trade too much, lest he met somebody like Lin Ruin again. In any case, he would come across many more branch offices of the Divine Trade Association during his journey. He planned to slowly sell off the mineral ores in his possession to reduce some of the risks. If not for the fact that he was in a hurry to purchase a 10-point map before he left Green Cloud City number 3, he would not have taken the risk to sell off more than 10 pieces of yuan metal ore at once. Those kinds of actions would cause him to be targeted very quickly. The 2 pieces of yuan metal ore were exchanged for 103 spirit stones. This time around he did not purchase any spirit restoring pills but kept the spirit stones instead. He currently had more than enough spirit restoring pills to last him until he advanced into the 3rd order Spirit Creek realm, so there was no need to keep accumulating them. As for the spirit stones, he needed a large amount of spirit stones for something else. Lu Yi had only just walked out of the trade association when a male cultivator with a pointed mouth and pinched face greeted him with a smile. "Hello, fellow cultivator." He frowned and stared at the man. At the same time, the tiger next to him stepped forward and let out a threatening growl. The smile on the male cultivator's face stiffened and he involuntarily took several steps back. "Please calm down, fellow cultivator. I don't have any malicious intentions. I simply wish to speak to you about business-related matters." Lu Yi glanced at the aura around this person and confirmed that the other party was only in the 2nd order Spirit Creek realm. Not to mention, the purity of the other party's aura was below average. It was easy to tell that this person was not that strong. The male cultivator felt his scalp going numb with fear when he saw both Lu Yi and the tiger glaring at him, but he forced himself to smile. "I really only want to speak to you about a business-related matter." "Move aside," Lu Yi spoke in a quiet voice. His hand was pressed against the hilt of his knife as he led the tiger forward. That person hurriedly stepped to the side but did not give up. He probably believed that Lu Yi would not do anything to him here. Thus, he chased after Lu Yi while saying, "Fellow cultivator, I have a set of auxiliary cultivation techniques that can help boost your cultivation. If you use these cultivation techniques, your cultivation efficiency will be doubled at the very least. It's suitable for people with cultivation like yours. Are you interested in buying?" Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 61. Name your price. An auxiliary cultivation technique that doubles a person's cultivation efficiency? That's obviously bullshit. If there really were a cultivation technique like that, then it would be a secret scripture that would never be passed on to others. Even the top major sects would cherish a cultivation technique like that. Why would there be a need to sell something as valuable as that on the streets? Looking at the male cultivator's behavior, Lu Yi could tell that the other party had not been targeting him specifically. Rather, the male cultivator had been waiting outside the trade association and selecting random targets to approach. He just so happened to come across Lu Yi at the right time. "I'm not interested." He refused to continue entertaining that male cultivator. To his surprise, that person continued to chase after him, all the while explaining to him about the beauty of the cultivation technique. According to the male cultivator, the cultivation technique was easy to cultivate, highly compatible with various low-grade cultivation techniques, and simple enough that anybody could master it easily. He even went so far as to say with a solemn expression, "If you don't believe me, I can take the heavenly oath to prove to you that everything I've said is the truth. I will never deceive you, fellow cultivator." Lu Yi paused in his tracks and looked at the man, frowning. He had taken the heavenly oath himself before, so he knew that an oath made while asking the heavens to bear witness was not a joke. Thus he couldn't help wondering, is there really such a powerful cultivation technique in the world? One that can even double a person's cultivation efficiency? What kind of concept is that? When the male cultivator saw that Lu Yi was being swayed by his words, he stretched out his hand and said, "There are too many people here. It's not convenient to talk. Please come this way, fellow cultivator." After a brief consideration, Lu Yi followed the man to a place with few people. Then he bluntly got straight to the point. Swear on it. The other party swallowed back the words that were already on the tip of his tongue and burst into laughter instead. Sure. But, fellow cultivator, you have to buy this once I take the oath. I'll buy it if the price is right. The make cultivator nodded at those words and spoke with a stern expression. Rogue cultivator Chan He respectfully requests the heavens to bear witness that everything I just said is true. If there are any untruths among my words, then I will die a torturous death. There was a vague feeling as an invisible force descended from the sky and sank into the back of his hand. That was clearly where his battlefield imprint was located. On the other hand, Lu Ye's expression became cold. This guy sure is working hard to sell off that cultivation technique. I can't believe he even dared to take such a poisonous oath. Show me the item. That male cultivator by the name of Chun, he shook his head. You must be joking, fellow cultivator. That cultivation technique is very simple and straightforward. If you were to read it, you would be able to memorize it in an instant. Why would you buy it from me then? How much are you selling? 30 spirit stones. Chun He announced his price. Lu Yi turned to leave after hearing those words. Although he did not know what was so special about that cultivation technique that Chun He would be willing to take a heavenly oath just to sell it, he was certain that there must be some kind of flaw to this cultivation technique. Otherwise, forget 30 spirit stones, it would even sell for 3,000 spirit stones. Don't go, fellow cultivator. It's business. If the seller asks for a price that is too high, the buyer can make a more reasonable counter offer. Why don't you name your price? How can you just turn around and leave? You have to show some sincerity. Chun He quickly stopped Lu Yi and tried to persuade the latter with all his heart. 3 spirit stones. Lu Yi tried to be accommodating and replied with a counteroffer. Done. Chun He took out a jade slip and slapped it on Lu Ye's palm. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched in response. Fellow cultivator, I made a heavenly oath. Just now you promised to buy it if the price was right. You set the price of 3 spirit stones yourself. You can't go back on your word, right? Lu Yi was speechless. There was nothing he could say to refute those words. Thus, he finally forked out the 3 spirit stones and handed it to the other party. Afterward, Chun He took the spirit stones and left happily. On the other hand, Lu Yi held the jade slip in his hand. Before he could check the contents, he saw somebody walking over with a smile. That person teasingly said, You got ripped off, didn't you? He looked up and observed the other party. That person simply shrugged in response. I was tricked too. That cultivation technique is useless. Lu Yi understood immediately. Were you watching just now? That person laughed. It's better to have 2 unlucky people, so that I'm not the only unlucky one. Don't you agree? This way I feel much better now. He even winked at Lu Yi while saying that. Lu Yi calmly replied, If I were you, I would have tried to snatch his business instead. If he can sell that cultivation technique, then why can't you? Instead of just watching other people getting tricked, you might as well do the tricking yourself and obtain some spirit stones while you're at it. Who knows? You might end up making a fortune. That person became lost in thought after listening to what Lu Yi said. After a while, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, That makes sense. When he looked up, Lu Yi was nowhere to be seen by then. Lu Yi rode on the tiger's back outside the city, having already taken his leave a long time ago. He could not be bothered to involve himself in the intrigue of those profiteers. It was pretty much confirmed that he had been tricked. Fortunately, he had not spent a lot of spirit stones on the cultivation technique, only 3. Besides, he had just traded with the trade association and obtained more than 100 spirit stones in return. He could be considered a rich man, so he was not too bothered by this expenditure. Still, Chun He had taken a heavenly oath. That could only mean that the cultivation technique was really as he said. It was capable of increasing a person's cultivation efficiency. Otherwise, he would have long since suffered the backlash of his oath. Just what is going on? Lu Yi couldn't help feeling suspicious. Hence, he began inspecting the name of the cultivation technique. Gluttonous feast. That was the name of the cultivation technique. Moreover, it was a cultivation technique that was difficult to judge the value of. That was because the entire training course of this cultivation technique only included a total of 15 spiritual points. It had to be said the golden liberation technique he was currently cultivating was already the lowest grade among the yellow grade cultivation techniques. Nevertheless, even that could unlock 27 spiritual points. On the other hand, the gluttonous feast could only unlock 15 spiritual points. It was even less than that of a yellow grade cultivation technique. However, it was understandable considering that this cultivation technique was not meant for cultivation but for auxiliary purposes. Just as Chen he had mentioned before, the training course of the cultivation technique could be understood at a glance. It was extremely simple. That was because the number of spiritual points involved was very low, and those spiritual points were scattered around the lower abdomen area. That was also why it was highly compatible with most low-grade cultivation techniques. The compatibility of two cultivation techniques depended on how many of the spiritual points that overlapped between the two cultivation techniques in their training courses. The more they overlapped, the higher the compatibility. The spiritual points unlocked by most of the low-grade cultivation techniques were scattered around the lower abdomen area. That was because the source spiritual point was located in that area. Therefore, many low-grade cultivation techniques would unlock more or less similar spiritual points. It was only the differences in the training courses that influenced the disparity in the characteristics of the cultivation techniques. When 9 identical spiritual points were connected in a different sequence, the speed of the spiritual power flowing through them would be different. That would in turn affect the strength of a cultivator. That was why the sequence that the spiritual points were connected was an extremely important matter. The 15 spiritual points in the training course of the gluttonous feast basically overlapped with the 27 spiritual points in the training course of the golden liberation technique. There were only 2 spiritual points that were not included in the golden liberation technique. In other words, once he finished cultivating the golden liberation technique and then unlocked the other 2 spiritual points, he could catch a glimpse of the gluttonous feast's secrets. In any case, he was in no hurry. He decided to finish cultivating the golden liberation technique first before testing to see if the gluttonous feast was truly as miraculous as described and could actually double his cultivation efficiency. Putting the jade slip away, he took out the 10-point map again, compared the distance between Green Cloud City number 3 and Green Cloud City number 5, and calculated the time he had spent traveling. Afterward, he checked the route he had planned to take on his journey to the Crimson Blood sect. After some calculations, he couldn't help sighing. At his current speed, it would take a very long time for him to return to the Crimson Blood sect's base even if he did not experience any delays during his journey. If he ran into any delays, then it would take an even longer time to complete his journey. The road ahead was long indeed, but he was fortunate that he was not alone. At the very least, he had Yi and the tiger accompanying him. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 62, Split Sky Gorge. Half a month later, a dusty Lu Yi appeared in front of a canyon. He was undoubtedly much more composed now compared to the miserable state he was in when he first rode on the tiger during the journey. On the first day of riding the tiger, he had barely prevented himself from falling off from the jostling. Moreover, the inner part of his thighs had been rubbed raw by the friction. They were bruised and bloody as a result. At the time, he had been in no state to cultivate at all. However, he had since accomplished his original expectations to cultivate by consuming spirit pills while riding on the tiger during his travels. Although his efficiency was lower than if he cultivated under normal circumstances, it was still better than wasting his time away doing nothing. Over the past half a month, he had unlocked another 3 spiritual points, and was now a 25 spiritual point cultivator. That meant that he was only 2 spiritual points away from the 3rd order Spirit Creek realm. At this rate, it would only take another 6 or 7 days before he cultivated the golden liberation technique to perfection. On another note, he was not the only one who grew in strength. The tiger had also gotten noticeably stronger. Lu Yi and the tiger had both finished eating all the snake meat in his storage bag. Almost 80% of it had gone into the tiger's stomach. That snake meat had been extremely beneficial to a spirit beast like the tiger. In addition, Lu Yi would also feed it 2 spirit restoring pills every single day. Therefore, the tiger had experienced a significant increase in size in just half a month. It was becoming more and more majestic. Lu Yi had no way to determine how strong the tiger was now. Based on his estimation, He would not have much of an advantage if he fought against the tiger without the support of various spirit talisman papers and spiritual patterns. On the other hand, Yi was a ghost spirit tied to the tiger. Her strength would increase as the tiger became stronger and stronger. All in all, the average strength of the group consisting of a human, a tiger, and a spirit might not be that great. However, the power they could exert if they worked together was not something that should be underestimated. This ultimately increased Lu Ye's capital to travel across the Spirit Creek battlefield, which reinforced his belief that his decision to bring the tiger and Yi along with him back then was a wise decision indeed. Along their journey, Lu Yi passed through another neutral city. He stayed in the city for a night and sold 2 yuan metal ores in exchange for some spirit stones. At this point, he had more than 200 spirit stones in his possession. I'm still a little short, but I should have enough after my visit to the next Divine Trade Association's branch office. Jumping off the tiger's back, he studied the canyon in front of him and took out his 10-point map for reference. This was a place called the Split Sky Gorge. The terrain was steep and treacherous. Moreover, it was surrounded by a cliff wall that soared thousands of meters into the sky on both sides. The map indicated that the base of 9 Star Clan, which was affiliated with the Thousand Demon Ridge, was located to the left of the Split Sky Gorge, while the base of Mystic Sect, which was affiliated with the Grand Sky Coalition, was located to the right of the Split Sky Gorge. The Split Sky Gorge was located between these two bases, but it was slightly closer to 9 Star Clan. Both sects were not ranked high. Mystic Sect was in the 9th tier while 9 Star Clan was in the 8th tier. Such tiers were the norm in the outer circle of the battlefield. Since the route Lu Yi charted was curved in an arc, he was practically traveling along the edges of the battlefield. That was why all the sects, whose territories they had passed through during their travels, were only in the 8th tier or the 9th tier. Needless to say, he would not rashly enter the territories of sects in higher tiers. Not even if those sects were affiliated with the Grand Sky Coalition. Since entering the Spirit Creek battlefield, the sect master's final warning continued to echo in his ears. He did not dare to reveal his identity as a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect, even though he had no idea what kind of consequences he would face if his identity was exposed. It was getting late. He had no plans to enter the canyon yet. Having traveled the whole day today, it was not too late to enter the canyon tomorrow after getting a good night's rest. He called out, "Eh? Got it?" Yi's voice sounded. Immediately after that, she floated out of the tiger's head and drifted into the distance. She had gone to check out the surrounding environment. After traveling together for so many days, they had reached some form of tacit understanding whereby Yi would be responsible for investigating their surroundings to avoid any hidden dangers. She was a spirit, so she was capable of coming and going without a trace. It made doing something like this very convenient for her. There had been several occasions where they managed to avoid various hidden dangers in advance because of her. It was just that she was in a symbiotic relationship with the tiger, so she could not stray too far away from the tiger. According to her, it was no problem if it was within a distance of 5 kilometers. However, she would rapidly weaken when separated from the tiger by more than a distance of 5 kilometers. If such a situation were to continue for too long, she would most likely dissipate into nothing as a result. Meanwhile, Lu Yi would search for a suitable shelter nearby. After wandering in the wilds for more than half a month, he had long gotten used to this task. A suitable shelter should have an accessible means of entry and retreat. Secondly, it should be fairly hidden. And lastly, it should shelter them from the elements. After searching for a while, he led the tiger to a spot between a patch of rocks. This location was not the best, but there was no better place nearby. Looking at the weather today, it did not look like it was going to rain. It should be fine for a night. Then, he took out the firewood in his storage bag that he prepared beforehand and lit a fire. Next, he took out a large piece of beast meat and roasted it over the fire. After that, he took out an even larger piece of meat and tossed it to the tiger. The tiger pounced on the meat and began devouring it with relish. Watching the tiger feasting away with a ferocious appearance, he couldn't help feeling a little worried. He originally thought that the spirit restoring pills he had saved up would be more than enough for his use until he advanced into the Third Order Spirit Creek realm. Unfortunately, it would seem that it was just barely enough. The tiger consumed 2 spirit restoring pills a day. On the other hand, he required around 11 or 12 spirit restoring pills to unlock each spiritual point. Seeing as he only had slightly more than 30 spirit restoring pills left on hand, he would probably run out of spirit restoring pills once he unlocked his 27th spiritual point. Furthermore, he had the vague feeling that the tiger's consumption of spirit restoring pills would gradually increase as its strength increased. This is so worrying. But this is the price I have to pay for bringing the tiger and along with me on my travels. At the very least, I can now continue cultivating while on the road. That has saved me a lot of time. For a low-level cultivator like him, the early stage of cultivation was very precious. The beast meat roasting by the bonfire dripped oil onto the flames, causing a crackling sound. All of a sudden, the tiger that was happily munching on its meal of raw meat raised its head and turned toward a certain direction. A low growl came out of its throat. Immediately after that, it abruptly jumped to its feet and rushed in that direction. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment before he immediately came back to his senses. Something had happened to Yi was the ghost spirit transformed by the tiger, so they had a very close connection with each other. For that reason, the tiger would be able to notice if anything had happened to Yi. The tiger's speed was extremely fast. Even if he poured all his spiritual power into his legs, he would still be left behind by the tiger. Thus, he could only shout desperately, "Amber, don't be impulsive." Seeing as he had no idea what had happened to Yi, rushing headlong into the situation without preparations was not a good idea. The tiger was wise enough to slow down slightly after hearing his shout. Once he caught up to the tiger, he swung himself up on the tiger's back and the tiger took off once more. A short while later, a ball of fire came into view behind a huge boulder. There were several cultivators gathered around a bonfire. It looked like they were planning to spend the night here. In front of these cultivators was something that looked like a huge upside-down bell, or a float around the huge bell. Various complicated and intricate lines converged together to form a pattern that slowly revolved around the huge bell. A muffled banging was coming from within the huge bell. Yi was trapped inside. When Lu Yi saw this scene, he immediately understood the current situation. Yi was a spirit, so it was impossible to trap her with normal means. That could only mean that the huge bell was a spirit artifact. Fortunately, the tiger was able to suppress its animalistic instinct after hearing his warning, and did not rush out immediately. Gathering his spiritual power to his eyes, he observed the aura surrounding the cultivators. There were a total of 4 cultivators. One was in the second-order Spirit Creek realm, 2 were in the third-order Spirit Creek realm, and the last one was in the fourth-order Spirit Creek realm. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 63 Silenced. There were 3 men and 1 woman among the 4 cultivators. The woman was in the second-order Spirit Creek realm. She was dressed very lightly and her figure was very seductive. She was currently snuggling against, and being hugged by, a third-order Spirit Creek realm master. They looked to be very intimate. That third-order Spirit Creek realm master had a good-looking appearance. He was dressed very lavishly and looked quite handsome. In addition, he had a sword and a bulging storage bag hanging from his waist. It would seem that he came from an extraordinary background. The other third-order Spirit Creek realm master was a sturdily built man. His shirt hugged his torso tightly and his well-built muscles were faintly visible through his clothes. He was currently standing in front of the couple and seemed to be a guard. Lastly, the fourth-order Spirit Creek realm master was a man as thin as a bamboo pole. He was watching their surroundings vigilantly. Lu Yi and the tiger's arrival had not alerted those 4 to their presence. The human and the tiger hid in a spot approximately 35 meters away, and watched the group through the gaps in between the rocks. He did not know how Yi was being held by them, but these cultivators had mysterious and unpredictable resources. There would always be many things that he did not understand. Nevertheless, his top priority was to rescue Yi. He had to admit that the fourth-order Spirit Creek realm master stressed him out greatly, not to mention that there were 4 opponents in total. "Young master, what is that?" A pleasant voice rang out. That woman was the one who asked that question. Although the mystic spirit bell had been triggered, none of them had noticed how it had been triggered. At this moment, only the owner of the mystic spirit bell knew what had happened. The handsome man holding her cast a secret technique with one hand. After sensing for a brief moment, he raised his eyebrows and said, "How interesting. Is that a spirit?" The mystic spirit bell was his spirit artifact. It was an extremely powerful and hidden spirit artifact for protection. A spirit! The woman shrunk back in fear and deliberately snuggled into the man's embrace. "Young master, I'm scared." The young master laughed heartily and patted the other party's tender waist reassuringly. "Don't be scared. Don't be scared." Then, he shot a glance at the Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master and issued an order. "Senior Brother Zhang, give it a try." Senior Brother Zhang nodded and responded, "Understood." Striding toward the huge upside-down bell on the ground, he suddenly threw a punch when he got closer. There was a loud bang, which was immediately followed by Yi's agonized screams coming from within the bell. It was clear that she had been injured by the attack. Roar! A tiger's roar came from the forest. A snow-white figure rushed out of its hiding place and charged toward Senior Brother Zhang. Those actions had agitated the tiger. Lu Yi had previously warned the tiger not to act impulsively, and it had listened. Unfortunately, its animalistic instinct won over its reason when it saw that Yi was being hurt. In the first place, its intelligence had always been pitifully poor. Not only were the four cultivators both shocked and frightened, but even Lu Yi was caught off guard. He had been in the middle of thinking about how to rescue. When the tiger rushed out, a beastly stench filled the air. The woman let out a terrified scream. This time around she was really frightened. Meanwhile, the burly man instantly changed his position so that he was standing in front of the young master and the woman. On the other hand, the expression of Senior Brother Zhang, who had the highest cultivation of them all, turned grim. He formed a sigil with one hand and lightning began to flicker at the tip of his fingers. However, his expression changed drastically in the next moment. That was because a humanoid figure appeared behind the tiger's robust body. That figure was none other than Lu Yi. When the tiger lunged forward to attack rashly, he had no time to come up with a countermeasure. He practically rushed out at the same time as the tiger. By borrowing the tiger's body to conceal himself, he managed to quietly buy himself some time. He charged toward the young master. Among these four, it was obvious that the young master was the most respected individual. As long as he could defeat the young master, then all their problems could be solved easily. That was the only way out since there was no other way at the moment. "Stop him!" Senior Brother Zhang shouted. Lifting his hand, he struck out at the tiger with his palm. A lightning strike visible to the naked eye shot out of his palm and landed squarely on the tiger's body. The tiger roared in pain. The sound of its roar reverberated through the sky and a visible blast of air spread out. The tiger's roar caused Senior Brother Zhang to become dazed for a moment. Thus he thought to himself, "What a fearsome creature. If this fierce beast were to grow and develop, it would surely attain strength that far exceeded its peers." He touched his storage bag lightly and two machetes appeared in his hands. Turning the machetes upside down, he rushed forward to attack the tiger. On the other hand, Lu Yi pressed his hand against his knife and poured his spiritual power into his legs. He charged toward the sturdy man like a gust of wind. The other party let out a shout and his spiritual power surged violently. His originally tight-fitting shirt exploded apart as his already well-built figure seemed to swell considerably. After that, he touched his storage bag, took out a 60-centimeter-long hammer, and held it horizontally in front of him. Just by standing there, he gave off a sense of impregnability. It was not going to be easy to break through his defense and attack the young master standing behind him. Besides, the young master himself was no ordinary person. He was a third-order Spirit Creek Realm Master. Furthermore, there was also another woman next to him who was in the second-order Spirit Creek Realm. As the distance between them rapidly closed, Lu Yi pressed his hand against the hilt of his knife as though he was about to draw his knife. Contrarily, there was no glint of a blade when he raised his hand. Instead, a blazing fire snake appeared out of thin air and slithered toward the burly man. "The fiery snake talisman paper," the sturdy man shouted. At the same time, he cursed his opponent for being cunning. Sneaky little bastard. He clearly pretended as if he was going to pull out his knife. I can't believe he secretly took out a spirit talisman paper instead. The attack had overwhelmed him. The best solution at this time was to avoid the attack from this spirit talisman paper. The fiery snake talisman paper was quite powerful and the range of the attack was quite large. Even so, he was perfectly capable of dodging out of the way if he wanted to. It was just that he would be forced into a defensive situation after that. Unfortunately, the young master was standing right behind him. How could he dare to dodge aside? Gritting his teeth, he hastily took out a golden body talisman paper and applied it to his body. At the same time, he activated his spiritual power to protect himself. There was a huge explosion of fire and light. The fire snake that came dancing through the air swallowed the figure of the burly man. In the next moment, he came out of the flames unscathed and rushed toward Lu Yi, who was also charging straight at him. Raising the large hammer in his hand, he shouted furiously, "Did you think a mere spirit talisman paper could hurt me?" Those arrogant words had just left his mouth when the light of a blade flashed. He couldn't help staggering backward and reaching out to clutch at his throat. He even dropped his weapon to the ground. He gasped for breath. However, blood gushed out from between his hands. He could not stop the blood from flowing out no matter what he did. He could not understand what was going on. Why couldn't the spiritual power that I put so much effort into tempering even block a single attack from that man? The protection of the golden body talisman paper he applied on himself had been broken by the fiery snake talisman paper. Even so, he still had the protection of his spiritual power. Moreover, he was a body-tempering cultivator. That was part of the reason why he always stood in front of the young master. In the cultivation world, body-tempering cultivators were the most durable among all other cultivators. The more powerful body-tempering cultivators could even resist various spell techniques of the spell cultivator with their body alone. Although he was a weak body-tempering cultivator who was not capable of fully bringing out the strengths of a body-tempering cultivator, his defense should not have been penetrated with just a single blow from the other party. Be that as it may, the reality was that his neck had been sliced open by a single move from Lu Yi. If not for the toughness of his body, that attack would have severed his head from his neck. The destructive power of the long knife spirit artifact endowed with the sharp-edged spiritual pattern was beyond his imagination. Similarly, Lu Yi himself was extremely surprised. He never imagined that he would be able to kill his opponent in a single strike. He had instinctively swung the knife, hoping to force his opponent back. Never did he imagine that the result of his attack would be so unexpectedly powerful. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 64. Release the Hostage. Oh! Lu Yi guessed that this had something to do with his recent improvements in terms of strength. It would seem that the stronger he became, the more powerful his spiritual patterns would become. In short, his spiritual patterns existed on the basis of his spiritual power. Furthermore, the long knife in his hand was still very much different from the ordinary iron sword he used before, even though it just barely qualified to be considered a spirit artifact. Likewise, the power of the same spiritual pattern endowed upon a spirit artifact and an ordinary iron sword was also different. A fiery snake talisman paper combined with an attack fortified by the sharp edge allowed him to kill a body-tempering cultivator in the third-order Spirit Creek realm, when he was only in the second-order Spirit Creek realm. In the meantime, his body barely paused as he bypassed the body-tempering cultivator and reached the gaudily dressed young master in an instant. The young master was clearly frightened. The main reason was that everything had happened too quickly. He had just been thinking about studying the spirit trapped inside the mystic spirit bell. All of a sudden, a snow-white tiger rushed out after senior brother Zhang threw a punch at the huge bell. The tiger was closely followed by a vicious cultivator that immediately came for the kill. Before he could understand the situation, the body-tempering cultivator standing in front of him collapsed to the ground while clutching at his own neck. At the juncture of life and death, he instinctively shoved the woman in his embrace in front of him. The woman was completely caught off guard when he pushed her toward Lu Ye's blade. Looking absolutely terrified, the woman could only watch helplessly as the sharp and cold light of a blade flashed in front of her eyes. She only had time to activate her spiritual power to protect herself before her vision began to turn upside down, and she quickly lost consciousness. Taking advantage of the short time bought by the woman's sacrifice, the young master hurriedly took out a spirit talisman paper from his storage bag, poured his spiritual power into it, raised his hand, and threw it out in front of him. Lu Ye's ferocity had scared him out of his wits. He rarely fought anybody directly. Whenever he killed anybody, his two senior brothers would usually capture the opponent or beat his opponent half to death first before they let him deal the finishing blow. Thus, he had never experienced such a dangerous and adrenaline-fueled scene in the past. He even forgot to retrieve his mystic spirit bell to protect himself. On the other hand, Lu Yi was extremely calm from the beginning to the end. He had a clear goal in front of him. Therefore, he managed to be as imposing as a Ninth-Order Spirit Creek Realm Master, even though he was only in the Second-Order Spirit Creek Realm. The character of a person was related to their past experiences. In this case, it was only natural for a young master who had been enjoying all sorts of luxuries since he was a child to be inferior to a minor who had struggled just to survive. All of a sudden, a whip-like attack appeared in front of Lu Yi. He was not surprised by this. Even that burly man had a golden body talisman paper to protect himself, so this young master would definitely have one too. The spiritual power in his body surged and erupted. Both his macrocosmic orbit and his microcosmic orbit were operating to their limits. His eyes overflowed with spiritual power, allowing him to clearly see where that attack would land. Then, something triangular that looked like a shield with complicated and intricate patterns flowing across it appeared on his chest. It was the protection spiritual pattern. Almost at the same moment that the spiritual pattern was formed, the attack from the spirit talisman paper arrived. He felt a huge force smashing right into him, causing him to feel a sudden tightness in his chest and a shortness of breath. He did not know how much the attack had impacted him. Nevertheless, he had no time to pay attention to his injuries at the moment. He had already rushed in front of the young master. Under the young master's helpless gaze, he stabbed his knife forward. The protection formed from the spiritual power that the young master had managed to call up in his haste was as flimsy as papier-mâché. It was penetrated by the long knife in an instant and the sharp blade pierced through his shoulder, causing blood to splatter everywhere. A blood-curdling scream rang out. On the other hand, Lu Yi pulled his knife out, turned around, and came to stand behind the young master with his knife pressed horizontally against the young master's neck. The young master's scream stopped abruptly. His entire body froze in place when he felt the cold touch of metal on his neck. Only a total of 5 seconds had passed since the tiger revealed itself until now. During that time, Lu Yi had broken through the defense of the sturdy body-tempering cultivator, cut down that woman in the Second-Order Spirit Creek realm, and then captured the young master in front of him. In between, he had consecutively activated the sharp-edge spiritual pattern thrice and the protection spiritual pattern once. There was no time for him to think about anything throughout the entire process. He had unsheathed his knife and killed those people all in one go. It had all happened very quickly. Ow! The tiger's low roar came out. Its powerful figure flew backward, slammed against the rock cliff nearby, and slid to the ground. It was no match for the Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master at all. Therefore, it immediately fell into a disadvantage in just a few short moments. Even so, the winner showed no signs of joy whatsoever at his victory. He turned back to look at the chaotic battlefield behind him with eyes filled with complete disbelief. Junior brother Sun was lying on the ground, clutching at his neck. His eyes were staring wide open and his body was twitching endlessly. Although he had yet to die, there was no saving him with that level of injury. Junior sister Yuan's headless corpse was lying by the side, blood spurting out of her neck with a gurgling sound. Her pretty head had rolled to the side with a lingering expression of horror and fear that remained on her face. The young master was bleeding profusely from his shoulder. A long knife was pressed against his neck and a hidden figure stood behind him. Only the eyes of that figure were exposed, staring at senior brother Zhang like a lone wolf. The look in those eyes was ferocious and decisive. What's going on? Senior brother Zhang felt his scalp tingling in fear. I only fought the snow-white tiger for a moment. How did my 3 other companions end up in a situation where 2 were dead, while the other was injured and captured in those few moments? And who are these people? The tiger that was sent flying earlier got to its feet and walked over. However, it did not rashly attack senior brother Zhang again. That was because it could sense that it was no match for the other party. Besides, Lu Yi had already managed to capture one of their opponents. There was no need to be so anxious anymore. Release the spirit, Lu Yi shouted, staring at senior brother Zhang. Who are you? Senior brother Zhang asked through gritted teeth. The names of numerous accomplished opponents flashed through his mind, but he could not match Lu Yi's appearance to any of those names. Lu Yi withdrew his long knife and brutally stabbed it into the young master's leg. A piercing scream rang out and the young master practically fell to his knees. It was only because Lu Yi was holding him up that he managed to regain his footing. Pulling out the long knife again, Lu Yi pressed the knife back against the young master's neck once more as blood splattered in the air. He looked at senior brother Zhang and repeated his previous words. Release the spirit. You. Senior brother Zhang felt as though his eyes were going to pop out of his eye sockets. He had underestimated Lu Yi's decisiveness and ferocity. Even though all he did was utter something non-relevant, his actions had caused the young master to suffer another wound. Thus, the meaning behind the other party's actions came across loud and clear. If he dared to speak nonsense again, the young master would be stabbed again. He did not know where the knife was going to stab next. With the young master being held hostage, even a fourth-order Spirit Creek Realm master like him was completely powerless since he did not dare to rush forward. It really made him feel extremely aggrieved. Ensuring the safety of the young master was his top priority at this moment. Otherwise, he would not be able to complete his mission and report back to his superiors. Looking gloomy, he said, "The Mystic Spirit Bell is a spirit artifact handed down by one of the seniors of our sect. It is not easy to release the huge bell once it is triggered. It will take some time." Slice. The light of a blade gleamed for a moment and an arm went flying in response. The young master who was being held captive in front of Lu Yi was taken aback for a moment. Then his entire body began trembling violently. He screamed loudly but did not dare to make any strange movements. That was because the weapon pressed against his neck could slice through his neck in a heartbeat at any time. He roared, "Zhang Wu, are you trying to kill this young master? I will punish your entire family down to the last ancestor. Release the spirit." Lu Yi's voice was low. It was obvious that he was losing his patience. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll release the spirit." Snot and tears were flowing down the young master's face unchecked. The pain was driving him crazy, and the only reason he did not faint was that he was also a third-order Spirit Creek Realm master. He lifted his remaining arm with great difficulty and cast a secret technique. Following that, the mystic spirit bell that was upside down on the ground immediately flew upward. The huge bell spun slightly and shrank rapidly before it flew back into the young master's hand. Lu Yi was stunned. Only then did he realize that the spirit artifact had been under the young master's control. Yi, who had been trapped inside the huge bell, was freed from her restraints. She immediately rushed toward the tiger, plunged headlong into the tiger's body, and disappeared out of sight. Although senior brother Zhang had intended to pull some dirty tricks, he did not dare to act rashly. Glancing at Lu Yi, who was hiding behind the young master, he slowly said, "Let the young master go. Today's affairs will end here and we'll leave it at that. I can swear on the heavenly oath." "Okay," Lu Yi responded. He reached out and shoved the young master from behind. The young master staggered forward a few steps. Before he could rejoice at escaping the jaws of death, he felt a fountain of hot liquid gushing out from his neck. "How dare you!" Senior brother Zhang roared wildly. Humanity's Great Sage Chapter 65 Combined Attack. This battle started extremely unexpectedly. Lu Yi didn't even know who his opponent was. Even so, the outcome of this battle was fixed the moment he followed the tiger out onto the battlefield. Either his opponent died or he died. There was no written law in the cultivation world. A person's cultivation was the law, so to speak. Therefore, it would not have worked out if a second-order Spirit Creek Realm master like him had tried to reason with his opponent. He might even put himself in a difficult position instead. This became a situation that would only end with death the moment he made his move and killed two people in quick succession. Zhang Wu had been willing to take the heavenly oath, claiming that he was willing to overlook everything that happened today, as long as Lu Yi released the young master. However, that oath would only affect him. It had to be said that Lu Yi was currently holding the young master of a sect hostage. How could a person of such standing allow this matter to end peacefully after suffering such humiliation? Even if Lu Yi forced him to take the heavenly oath, he would still have an entire sect behind him. Moreover, the others would not be bound by the heavenly oath. In the end, the most plausible outcome in this situation would be that Lu Yi was hunted down by the whole sect. If he wanted to avoid that outcome, then there was only one thing he could do. He had to wipe out all of his opponents. Of the 4 cultivators, 2 were dead and 1 was seriously injured. At this moment, the young master's neck had been sliced open by that long knife and blood was gushing out of his wound. Even though he was covering his wound with his hands, his efforts were showing little success. At the same time that Zhang Wu had let out his furious roar, Lu Yi kicked the young master squarely in the back and sent the latter flying forward to fall in Zhang Wu's direction. "Save me!" The young master clawed at the air and shouted while his body was in mid-air. When Zhang Wu saw the young master falling headlong in his direction, he also vaguely noticed that Lu Yi was hiding behind the young master and rushing in for the kill. Therefore, he panicked for a moment. If I don't catch the young master, he will definitely fall to the ground. That will only aggravate his injuries, and he might lose any chance of rescue as a result. That person was very careful in his execution. The young master might still survive despite the injury to his neck if he receives timely treatment. But I won't be able to defend against the opponent's attack if I catch the young master. That momentary hesitation made him realize just how cunning the enemy was. In the end, he did not dare to let the young master fall to the ground. A punishment was inevitable since he had failed his mission as a bodyguard, but he could at least avoid the death penalty if he kept the young master alive. Conversely, there would be no other ending for him than death if the young master died here. Holding his 2 machetes backward in his hands, he took 2 steps forward and raised his hands to catch the young master who came flying at him. At the same time, he activated his spiritual power. He had already seen through the opponent's cultivation. That person was only in the 2nd-order Spirit Creek realm. As a 4th-order Spirit Creek realm master, he was much stronger than his opponent. For that reason, he was confident that his spiritual power would be able to protect him even if his opponent attacked. Stab! The sound of a long knife stabbing into flesh rang out. The young master, who had just been caught by Zhang Wu, suddenly widened his eyes and opened his mouth in shock. The intense pain that followed made him scream again. Likewise, Zhang Wu's pupils contracted to the extreme at this moment. He watched as the knife pierced right through the young master's chest and stabbed straight at him. Thus, he exerted all his strength to call upon his spiritual power to protect himself. If he had seen how Lu Yi previously broke through the body-tempering cultivator's defense, he would not have been so blindly confident in his abilities. Unfortunately, he had been fighting the tiger at the time and failed to see how the body-tempering cultivator died. Blessed with the sharp-edged spiritual pattern, the cold blade gleamed with a ray of light. Even the protection formed by the spiritual power of a 4th-order Spirit Creek realm master could not defend against this sharp blade. The layer of protection around him only managed to hinder the knife's progress for a moment before the long knife punctured through his defense. He felt pain coming from his chest. At the juncture of life and death, he abruptly arched his body to prevent the knife from penetrating further into his body. At the same time, he released the young master whom he had been holding in his arms, crossed his machetes in front of him, and stopped the long knife's progress. The blade sank 8 centimeters deep into his body, but could not penetrate any further than that. He let out a sigh of relief in response. Just when he thought that he had successfully blocked the other party's attack, a gust of wind blew from behind him. Shit! He immediately realized what was going on. The other party might be alone, but there was also a snow-white tiger accompanying that man. The one lunging at him from behind was none other than that tiger. He was just about to react when his shoulders sagged as though something heavy was pressing down on him. At the same time, he heard an ear-splitting scream next to him. His mind blanked out for a moment when the sound entered his ears. The young master, who was being held in the middle by Lu Ye's long knife, was not dead yet. He was currently facing Zhang Wu's direction. His mouth fell wide open when he saw a spirit, who was as exquisite as a porcelain doll, pounce on Zhang Wu's back and scream in Zhang Wu's ear. Immediately after that, the powerful figure of a tiger lunged forward and slammed its two front paws against Zhang Wu's back. The overwhelming force caused his body that was bent over to straighten in an instant and propelled him several steps forward. Then a stabbing sound rang out. The long knife pierced through his chest and came out the other side of his body. As soon as the attack succeeded, Lu Yi immediately retracted his knife and leaped backward. He wasn't the only one to do so. The tiger that had slammed into Zhang Wu's back also nimbly retreated by several meters. Almost as soon as the tiger retreated, Zhang Wu stabbed his two machetes at the empty air behind him. Afterward, he staggered backward several steps and lost all the strength in his body. Hurriedly using his machetes to prop himself up, he narrowly avoided the fate of falling to his knees on the ground. Lu Yi looked at the wound on Zhang Wu's chest and frowned. His attack had been aimed at the other party's heart, but from the results, it would seem that he had failed to achieve his aim. The trajectory of his attack was off, causing him to fail to take his opponent's life in one go. When Lu Yi pulled out his knife and Zhang Wu staggered backward, the young master who had been held up between them collapsed to the ground. Blood stained the ground below him and his body twitched slightly several times before he completely stopped moving altogether. At this point, Zhang Wu could no longer spare the time to check on the young master anymore. All he knew was that he was going to die here today. I am a 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. I can't believe I was overwhelmed by the combined attack of a 2nd Order Spirit Creek Realm Master and a tiger in just 10 seconds or so. If I did not experience this myself, I would never have believed this to be possible. Just what kind of spirit artifact does the other party have that can penetrate my spiritual power defenses in a single blow? From the severity of his injuries, he knew that he was not going to survive for long. Although he was not going to die for the time being, an injury like this would only worsen if it was not treated immediately. Besides, judging by the other party's ruthless behavior, it was clear that he would not be allowed to leave this place alive. Panting slightly, he lifted one hand to press against the back of his other hand. The back of his hand immediately began to glow with a faint red light. Lu Yi watched Zhang Wu warily. According to his estimation, Zhang Wu should be severely injured. In that case, there was no need for him to continue fighting with all his strength. He only needed to drag the battle out long enough and he would be able to kill his opponent sooner or later. However, he suddenly had a bad feeling when he saw the red light glowing from the back of Zhang Wu's hand. Amber! While shouting, he was already lunging forward at Zhang Wu with his knife. Zhang Wu quickly got to his feet. He swayed unsteadily and blood gushed out of the wound in his chest like a fountain. Even so, he was laughing maniacally. The 9-Star Clan will never forgive you. You're dead. Lu Yi slashed down with his knife, but Zhang Wu raised his two machetes in front of him and blocked the attack. Be that as it may, Zhang Wu was unable to defend against the tiger that seized the right timing to pounce from the side. The tiger fiercely bit down on his leg and tore off a huge chunk of flesh. He also emerged and clung to his back, screaming endlessly in his ears to make herself as useful as possible. All of a sudden, the tiger that had torn off a chunk of his flesh was sent flying backward with a kick. He, who was clinging to his back, was sent flying by the defensive power of his spiritual power. After that, he shifted his two machetes. Lu Yi felt his center of gravity shifting. Although he quickly stabilized himself again, the sharp and cold light of a blade entered his vision. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 66, 9-Star Clan and Mystic Sect. Zhang Wu was in the 4th Order Spirit Creek realm. Moreover, he clearly had more combat experience than Lu Yi. The two machetes in his hands were dancing so swiftly that it was a whirlwind of movements. Lu Ye's opponent's second attack was already stabbing diagonally toward him at a very high speed by the time Lu Yi had brought his knife up horizontally to block his opponent's first attack. At this moment, it was clearly too late for him to retract the knife and defend. Just as Zhang Wu thought that his attack was about to succeed, a small triangular thing that looked like a miniature shield suddenly appeared on the surface of Lu Ye's body. There was a loud clanging noise as the machete struck the protection spiritual pattern. Thus, the brutal attack was blocked by the protection spiritual pattern. Meanwhile, Lu Yi went along with the shift in his center of gravity and slid sideways. At the same time, he slashed out diagonally with his long knife. The sharp blade opened up a long wound down Zhongwu's arm, causing blood and flesh to curl. The tiger also took this opportunity to lunge forward. The tiger's roar reverberated throughout the heavens. On the other hand, Yi's figure floated about erratically like a ghost to distract Zhongwu's attention. It was 3 against 1. A short while later, Lu Yi panted heavily. The long knife in his hand had pierced through Zhongwu's chest once more. This time around it stabbed directly into his opponent's heart. Consequently, Zhongwu's head drooped, both hands fell to his sides, and his weapons clattered to the ground. He was dead. This arduous battle ended in Lu Ye's victory. Even so, he had paid quite a high price for his win. Leaving aside the fact that he had exhausted most of his spiritual power, he even had 4 wounds on his body that were deep enough to see the bone. Blood practically dyed his entire shirt red, and a thick stench of blood permeated his surroundings. The protection spiritual pattern was indeed capable of defending against the opponent's attacks. Unfortunately, there were quite a few occasions where he didn't even have the time to activate the protection spiritual pattern at all. The other party's attacks were too fast for him. That was the gap brought about by the difference in their cultivation and combat experience. Fortunately, none of his injuries landed on his vital spots. He had fought a 4th-order Spirit Creek Realm Master with the strength of a 2nd-order Spirit Creek Master under highly advantageous circumstances where he managed to severely injure the other party in addition to seizing the initiative in battle. Even so, he had paid such a high price just to take his enemy down. It made him deeply realize his own shortcomings. He was not the only one with serious injuries. Both the tiger and Yi were wounded too. Half of the tiger's body was covered in blood while Yi's figure had dimmed considerably. He hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield and grabbed the storage bags of those people, not forgetting to take the young master's mystic spirit bell as well. Then, he swung himself up on the tiger's back and shouted, "Go!" The tiger's figure leaped forward, charging straight for the split sky gorge. Halfway through the journey, Lu Ye's vision began to blur. His body was on the verge of collapse. Knowing that he could not hold on any longer, he only managed to utter one sentence to Yi and the tiger. "If you encounter a fork in the road, don't arbitrarily wander around on your own. Find a place to hide instead. We can talk about the rest when I wake up." He didn't even have time to react to those words when his body slumped to the side, and he nearly fell off the tiger's back. Thus, she hurriedly leaned forward to support his body. Approximately half an hour after the tiger left with Lu Yi on its back, a figure suddenly appeared on that battlefield. Looking around at the traces of battle that were left behind, he raised his head and shouted, "Found it!" A short while later, 2 other figures came over from not far away. The 3 of them looked at the chaotic battlefield and knew that the situation was very bad. "What do we do?" "Notify senior brother Chao Yi," one of them said with a sigh. He activated his battlefield imprint and sent out a message. Another short while passed. A burly figure landed on the battlefield. The aura around his body was very dense. Looking at the aura around him, it was stronger than what Lu Yi had once seen on a 5th-order Spirit Creek Realm Master. "Senior brother Chao." The 3 of them greeted the man. Chao Yi stepped forward to investigate the 4 corpses of his sect members. Judging from what was left on the battlefield, junior brother Sun had gotten his neck slit and bled to death quickly, junior sister Yuan had been beheaded, and the young master had sustained injuries on his thigh, shoulder blade, and neck. Even lost an arm. However, he died from the fatal wound in his chest. Zhang Wu, on the other hand, was covered in injuries. It was obvious that he had experienced a huge battle. Similarly, he died from a stab to the heart. Trash! Gritting his teeth, he cursed angrily. He simply could not understand how the young master who was protected by the mystic spirit bell could end up dead. It had to be said that although the mystic spirit bell was only a low-grade spirit artifact, its defensive properties were fairly strong. As long as the mystic spirit bell was activated for protection in the case of danger, it could even withstand the attacks of a 7th-order Spirit Creek Realm Master for a short while. There was no way anybody below the 7th Order Spirit Creek realm could even hope to penetrate the defenses of the Mystic Spirit Bell in a short period of time. In the outer circle of the battlefield, forget a 7th Order Spirit Creek realm master. Even a 6th Order Spirit Creek realm master would be hard to find. A 7th Order Spirit Creek realm master and a 6th Order Spirit Creek realm master were existences akin to the overlords of this land. Cultivators with that level of cultivation would generally oversee the bases of their sects and rarely leave the place. He would not have come out here if he had not received a message from Zhang Wu. The young master had the protection of the Mystic Spirit Bell, as well as a 4th Order Spirit Creek realm master like Zhang Wu escorting him. That was why both Chao Yi and Dong Shuyi had felt at ease to let him wander around outside. What's more, this place was still within the territory of the 9-Star clan. Nevertheless, he was killed within the territory of his own sect. How am I supposed to explain this situation to the sect master? It could be said that the entire 9-Star clan had been completely humiliated in this incident. Chao Yi could almost imagine how furious the elders of the sect would be when the news was reported back to the sect. Send a message back to the base. Seal off the area within 50 kilometers of this place and search for a young man accompanied by a white tiger. He is probably in the 3rd Order Spirit Creek realm, or the 4th Order Spirit Creek realm, and uses a knife-type spirit artifact. Regardless of the factions, we will reward those who provide any leads on this man with 30 spirit stones, those who manage to kill him with 500 spirit stones, and those who capture him alive with 1,000 spirit stones. His low voice rang out. The 3 other cultivators looked grim and hurriedly went to carry out the orders. Zhang Wu had only managed to send a simple message that contained just one sentence before he died. Young man with white tiger. 2nd Order Spirit Creek realm. Even so, Chao Yi had gained a lot of information from his investigation. Zhang Wu had fought with the killer before being killed. Therefore, Chao Yi deduced that the other party was stronger than a 2nd Order Spirit Creek realm. It was most likely that the perpetrator was a 3rd Order Spirit Creek realm master, or a 4th Order Spirit Creek realm master instead. Otherwise, that person could not have managed to kill Zhang Wu. As for the part where the other party used a knife, that was very simple. Both the young master and Zhang Wu carried injuries that clearly indicated they were caused by a knife. In addition, the opponent most likely had quite a good spirit artifact. How could he have killed Zhang Wu otherwise? It was impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. While lost in thought, Chao Yi suddenly raised his head to look in a certain direction and shouted, "Who's there?" As soon as Chao Ye's voice rang out, a handsome man with a charming attitude dressed in green clothes walked out from the shadows. That man wore a long sword at his waist. His hand was pressed against the hilt of his knife as he glided over with light steps, acting as though he was a king patrolling his own territory. The moment Chao Yi saw this man, he reacted as though he was facing a great enemy. Quickly activating his spiritual power, he shouted through gritted teeth, "Wang Yang!" It was no wonder that he was so nervous. Although he was in the 6th Order Spirit Creek realm, the other party was in the 7th Order Spirit Creek realm. Even with only one realm difference between them, there was a dividing line on the 4th Order Spirit Creek realm and the 7th Order Spirit Creek realm. Therefore, a cultivator would experience a huge difference in strength after crossing this dividing line. Having suffered great humiliation at the hands of this man during their past battles, he immediately felt troubled as soon as he saw this person appearing in this place. He had the confidence that he could escape, seeing as he was a body-tempering cultivator. Besides, he had a tough hide. Even if he could not win against Wang Yang, it was still possible for him to escape alive. Unfortunately, the 3 other companions behind him did not have the ability to do so. Why didn't this damn dog stay quietly inside the Mystic Sect's base? Why did he come here? He cursed in his heart. At the same time, he knew that the commotion had been so huge that it had attracted the Mystic Sect's attention. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 67. The hunt is starting. The bases of the 9-Star clan and the Mystic Sect were located next to each other. Seeing as they belonged to different factions, it was only natural that friction would exist between them. It could be said that they fought so ferociously over the years that nobody could think straight anymore. The blood feud between them was so deep that it could never be resolved. The 9-Star clan was an 8th-tier sect. Although it was one whole tier higher than Mystic Sect, the Mystic Sect held an advantage within the Spirit Creek battlefield. That was why the 8th tier 9-star clan had suffered greatly in the hands of the 9th tier Mystic Sect over the years. In particular, this man called Wang Yang was one of the most extreme types of people in the combat cultivation faction. His combat power was unquestionable. In the entire 9-star clan, only Dong Shuyi, who had remained behind to guard the base, could fight against him. Even Chao Yi had to admit that he was not this person's opponent. Behind Wang Yang was a young girl with her hair in twin buns. She had a delicate figure. Her appearance was pure and lovely. She walked one step behind Wang Yang, which made her seem as though she was his maid. The truth was that this was indeed the case. Wang Yang came from a large and prominent family, and that young girl was a servant who grew up with him. When he joined Mystic Sect, he had brought his maid along. Unexpectedly, both of them turned out to have extraordinary talent and aptitude for cultivation. At the moment, they were both disciples of Mystic Sect. Although they were brother and sister in name, they actually had a master-servant relationship between them. The master and servant walked to the edge of the battlefield as though they did not see Chao Yi and the others standing there. Wang Yang looked around, raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Who killed your young master?" I was wondering why the 9-star clan was in such an uproar tonight. It turns out that something big has happened to them. He only came here to check out the situation after receiving the news. Otherwise, a 7th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master like him would not be allowed to leave the sex base at will. Chao Yi stared at Wang Yang intently, not letting any expression on the latter's face go unnoticed. However, he did not see anything unusual. I've always told Dong Shuyi to keep a tight leash on that piece of trash, but he refused to listen. Now look what happened. He was murdered. Wang Yang had a gloating expression on his face that indicated he was enjoying this tragedy. He turned to look at Chao Yi. "Do you know who did this?" Chao Yi did not wish to answer but had no other choice but to answer. "A young man accompanied by a white tiger." Wang Yang rubbed his chin. "I've never heard of this person before. Is he a rogue cultivator? Or a disciple from one of the major sects who came out for training?" After mulling over it for a bit, he shook his head. "Whatever. It's none of my business anyway." "Run!" Chao Yi shouted abruptly. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet shattered and his figure rushed off into the distance. Haha, Wang Yang chuckled. The long sword in his hand slid out of its sheath and a whip-like sword light slashed straight at Chao Yi. At the same time, spiritual power surged around the young girl who was following behind him. Despite her harmless appearance, she raised her hand and pointed a slender jade-like finger at the 3 other 9-star clan disciples with a completed spell technique at her fingertips. A short while later, Wang Yang returned from chasing Chao Yi. His expression was as calm and indifferent as ever. "Young master, one got away." Xiao Zhu, his maid, walked over to report the results of her battle to him. In front of him, she was an obedient and lovely maid. However, she was a power cultivator in the 6th Order Spirit Creek realm to those 9-star clan disciples. On average, those 3 9-star clan disciples were in the 3rd Order Spirit Creek realm or the 4th Order Spirit Creek realm. How could they be a match for her? It was just that they had been quite smart. They chose to split up in different directions when they escaped. Therefore, she only managed to kill 2. The last one among them was already nowhere to be seen by the time she started chasing that one down. "Oh well. Let them go." Wang Yang responded nonchalantly. Chao Yi had also managed to escape. Thus he couldn't help sighing in amazement. Body-tempering cultivators really do have a high endurance for beatings. "Also, call me senior brother." He raised a hand and tapped his fist against her head. She immediately clutched at her head with both hands and pouted. "How many people can we send out?" He asked another question. "Less than 300, she replied. "But if we include the rogue cultivators, then we have around 500 or so." "What about those in the 5th Order Spirit Creek realm?" "Only 6. Tisk." He curled his lips in annoyance. "A bunch of useless dogs. They've all gone out to reap the benefits and left me to guard the empty sect all alone. It's too much." Needless to say, Mystic Sect had more than 300 disciples in the Spirit Creek realm. Unfortunately, it was impossible for these people to stay in the vicinity. Doing that would not benefit anybody. Hence, the cultivators would spread out to explore and travel around. That was all the more so for cultivators in the fifth-order Spirit Creek realm and above. They rarely remained in the outer circle simply because the benefits in the outer circle were far too few. That was why most of them would generally choose to enter the places closer to the inner circles once they advance into the fifth-order Spirit Creek realm or above. Accordingly, the low-level cultivation disciples of the middle and large sects would also come to Mystic Sect's territory to train. Nevertheless, they had to accept being mobilized to a certain degree while receiving Mystic Sect's protection in this place. It wasn't just the case for Mystic Sect. All the sects in the outer circle operated in the same manner. Sects of various sizes had close relationships with each other in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Similarly, their disciples would interact with each other frequently. Unfortunately, it was also precisely because of this reason that Mystic Sect only had 6 fifth-order Spirit Creek realm masters that could be deployed. Of these 6, 2 had only just advanced into the fifth-order Spirit Creek realm recently. As such, they had not had time to leave yet. On the other hand, the remaining 4 were in their 40s or older. There was not much room for improvement in terms of their cultivation. There was a wide age range among those in the Spirit Creek realm. Some, like Lu Yi, had only just started practicing for some time. Then, there were also those old-timers who had been cultivating for decades. There were no exceptions. The people in the second group lacked both talent and aptitude for cultivation. Hence, their cultivation was the result of grinding for a lifetime. "Young master, are you thinking?" Xiaozhu glanced at Wang Yang. Wang Yang grinned. "Send out a message. The hunt has started. Ask all the little guys to get their blood pumping. Also, pay extra attention to a young man with a white tiger. If there's any news about him, report it to me immediately." Okay. Oh. Inside the base of the 9-star clan, Dong Shuyi frowned as he studied Chao Yi, who was covered in wounds. "What happened to you?" The corners of Chao Ye's mouth twitched slightly. "I ran into that lunatic Wang Yang." Upon hearing the name Wang Yang, Dong Shuyi could not stop his facial muscles from spasming slightly. He fell silent for a moment before he asked, "In other words, news of this has spread?" Chao Yi sighed. "We caused such a huge commotion. There was no way we could have concealed this matter." "Do you think Mystic Sect has anything to do with the young master's death?" He thought back to Wang Yang's expression at the time and shook his head. "I don't think so. Wang Yang only came to investigate the situation after receiving word about the commotion we were making. Also, he seemed surprised to see the young master's corpse. More importantly, with his arrogance, he would not have denied having a hand in the young master's death if Mystic Sect had been involved. Rather, he would have been boasting about it." Dong Shuyi nodded slightly. "That's true. The blood feud between these two sects could not be resolved. If the other party had truly taken the young master's life, it was impossible for them to keep quiet about it. I've already sent a message to seal off the surrounding 50 kilometers. The cultivation of the young master's killer is not that high, so he should not be able to leave this place so quickly. As long as his whereabouts are exposed, he will not be able to escape easily. I just fear that Mystic Sect will get in the way." He scowled. "It's a given that Mystic Sect will make a move. But we still need to give the elders of the sect an explanation for the young master's death. Otherwise, both you and I will be in deep trouble." He sighed. "I am unable to leave my post in the base, so I will leave the external affairs to you." "Senior brother, please rest assured." Chao Yi nodded. Although he had been injured by Wang Yang, his injuries were nothing more than flesh wounds. With the toughness of his body, he would more or less recover completely after a night's rest. By the way, the young master's corpse. Dong Shuyi recalled another relevant matter. Chao Yi bit the bullet and said, "I will go and bring the young master's corpse back tomorrow." He desperately prayed in his heart. Wang Yang, that bastard, had better not have taken the young master's corpse away. But, based on that guy's temperament, he probably will not do something so tasteless. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 68, Plight. In the darkness, Lu Yi slowly regained his senses and immediately felt the pain coming from his wounds. There was the sound of heavy breathing next to him. It was amber. Then he slowly opened his eyes to look around the environment he was in right now. It was a deep and dark tunnel. The sound of wind whistling through his ears clearly indicated that this was not a sealed tunnel. Rather, it was open at both ends. Upon realizing this point, he immediately understood that he was probably still within the split sky gorge. He did not know how long he had been unconscious, but it should not be too long. Seeing as Amber had not brought him out of the split sky gorge, something unexpected probably occurred. It was marked on the 10-point map that the split sky gorge had extremely complicated terrain. Upon entering the split sky gorge, it would seem like just any ordinary canyon at first. The terrain on both ends might be a little steep. However, further inward, the canyon would become separated by a solitary mountain peak, and one road would split into two. Beyond that, 2 would turn into 4 and 4 would turn into 8. At the end, there would be as many as more than 10 roads within the split sky gorge. Furthermore, these roads might not be completely independent. The bottom of the mountain peaks that separated these roads were full of tunnels that were opened at both ends. Therefore, it was possible to travel between these paths by using these tunnels. The constantly splitting roads and the countless tunnels that connected these roads together made the depths of the split sky gorge into an extremely huge natural labyrinth. That was also the reason why Lu Yi had chosen to pass through the split sky gorge. With such a complex terrain, it would be difficult for anybody to figure out their direction. The only exception being the cultivators who lived here for a long time. On the other hand, he had a highly valuable 10-point map in his possession. With the map in hand, there was no need for him to worry about getting lost. He would only need to follow the directions written on the map to safely cross the split sky gorge. It was just that he never expected to encounter trouble outside the split sky gorge, which resulted in the slightly troublesome situation at the moment. The tunnel he was in right now was probably a tunnel in one of the random mountain peaks. In other words, he was currently inside the split sky gorge. He was slightly surprised to see that his outer shirt had been taken off when he sat up. Somebody had torn it into strips to bandage his wounds. Judging from the clumsy technique, it was probably Yi's doing. It was obvious that Amber lacked that ability. Lu Yi, are you awake? Yi floated over from the side, looking overjoyed. Amber also lifted its head and glanced at him. Lu Yi responded with a grunt, checking the injuries on his body. He had taken 2 healing pills before fainting. At the moment, his wounds were clearly showing signs of improvement. Nevertheless, it would take a few more days for him to recover completely. Although Zhang Wu had severely injured him, the most dangerous injury on his body was the slash wound that he received from the young master with the use of a spirit talisman paper. At the time, Lu Yi had managed to activate the protection spiritual pattern in the nick of time. Even so, the results indicated that the slashing attack had penetrated the defense of the protection spiritual pattern. There was a wound about 3 centimeters deep right above his heart. It had to be said that even Zhang Wu had failed to break through the defense of the protection spiritual pattern, but that spirit talisman paper had succeeded in doing so. It only went to show just how powerful the spirit talisman paper that the young master had activated in his desperation was. If not for the protection spiritual pattern, that attack would have taken Lu Ye's life. After Lu Yi confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his body except a slight feeling of weakness, he took out a set of clothes from his storage bag and got dressed. Then he took out a water bag and some food. He tossed a portion to the tiger and began eating his own share. How long have I been asleep? He asked while eating. A day and a night. Yi sat cross-legged in front of him and answered his question in a soft voice. What happened? There are many people around. They are probably searching for us. We nearly exposed our whereabouts on several occasions, and then we got lost. He nodded. That was within his expectations. In the beginning, Lu Yi had no intention of struggling desperately against Zhang Wu after using the young master to inflict heavy damage on the latter. With that injury, Zhang Wu would only become weaker and weaker as the battle went on. Killing him once he completely exhausted himself was undoubtedly a better strategy. Unfortunately, Lu Yi knew that his original plan would not work the moment he saw the back of Zhang Wu's hand glowing with a faint red light. The battlefield imprint on the back of a cultivator's hand not only recorded certain information, but could also be used for communication. It was obvious that Zhang Wu was calling for backup at the time, So Lu Yi had no choice but to end things as quickly as possible. Lu Yi had wanted to cross the split sky gorge as soon as possible after killing Zhang Wu. As long as they crossed the split sky gorge, that would mean leaving the territory that the Nine-Star Clan controlled, so that there was nothing the Nine-Star Clan could do against him. Judging from the current situation, it would seem that the Nine-Star Clan had responded faster than he expected. A large number of cultivators had already made their way into the split sky gorge and were searching for his whereabouts. The young master of the sect had been killed after all. It was reasonable for the Nine-Star Clan to react a little more strongly than he expected. He was still relatively safe at the moment, but the current situation was certainly not promising. Going up against an entire sect alone, even if that sect was only in the 8th tier, was more than what he could bear. When it came down to it, he was only a weak cultivator in the second-order Spirit Creek realm. It had only been 3 months since the day he entered the Spirit Creek battlefield. He got lost in his thoughts while eating. It was impossible for him to face this crisis with his strength alone. Mystic Sect was located next to Nine-Star Clan. Even though these two sects were affiliated with different factions, they were located so close to each other. It was almost a given that there would be grievances between them. Therefore, Mystic Sect would probably not turn a blind eye to the commotion in Nine-Star Clan. If his guess was correct, then Mystic Sect would probably take action as well. In that case, Mystic Sect might be able to relieve him of some of these burdens. However, he could not take the initiative to seek out Mystic Sect for cooperation. There were 2 reasons for that. The first reason was that he could not expose his identity as a disciple of the Crimson Blood Sect. The second reason was that a second-order Spirit Creek realm master like him had no qualification to ask for their cooperation. Naturally, that was the most ideal situation. He could not be certain whether Mystic Sect would interfere in this matter. "I'm sorry." Yi suddenly apologized. She could sense that Lu Yi seemed to be a little angry. Lu Yi lifted his head to look at her. The words that came out of his mouth were vague and unclear. "Did you do something wrong?" She replied, "I will be more careful in the future. I won't expose our whereabouts so easily." When she had been trapped inside the mystic spirit bell, she had felt as though she was shrouded in an endless darkness. There was no light at all. It wasn't until she faintly heard Lu Ye's voice that she calmed down. If she had to be honest, the fact that he had gone to rescue her had surprised her greatly. There had been 4 cultivators in that place, and basically all of them had greater cultivation than him. Under those circumstances, she would not have blamed him if he had chosen to abandon her. When it came down to it, they only had a cooperative relationship between them. Moreover, it had not been long since they started cooperating. They had yet to establish a deep friendship between them, so there was no reason for him to risk his safety just to rescue her. Even so, he had gone to save her anyway. In truth, this incident could not be blamed on her. She had been investigating their surroundings when she discovered the 4 cultivators of Nine-Star Clan. She only wanted to sneak up on them to check out the situation. Who could have known that they had set up the mystic spirit bell in advance? It had resulted in her immediate capture. Ultimately, this incident only occurred because she had not been careful enough. If she had not gotten so close, the mystic spirit bell would not have been triggered by her presence. In the end, she blamed herself even more when he lost consciousness due to the severity of his wounds. Swallowing the food in his mouth, he looked at her and said, "I was the one who asked you to scout out our surroundings. Getting trapped was not your fault. Saving you was only to be expected. And getting beaten up was simply because my cultivation was not good enough. You don't need to feel bad about that." She looked at him emotionally, thinking that the person in front of her was the nicest man in the world. Then he changed the subject. "But if you don't discipline Amber well, then I think it's better for us to part ways." "Amber? What's wrong with Amber?" She was completely bewildered. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 69, Third Order Spirit Creek Realm. Amber was eating by the side when it suddenly cowered slightly at those words. Even its eating movements became much more subdued than before. Yi immediately knew from the tiger's reaction that it must have done something wrong. Pursing her lips, she asked Lu Yi, "What did Amber do wrong?" Lu Yi turned and glared at Amber. Then he briefly explained about how Amber had rashly rushed into the enemy camp, when they went to rescue her previously. He added, "Do you still remember the first of the 3 rules that we agreed upon?" Yi obediently sat in front of him with her back straight and answered immediately, "You make the final decisions in everything. If there are any disagreements, we will defer to you." Good memory. Following that, she turned her head to the side and shouted, "Amber!" Amber whined softly. Its sturdy body slowly crept over to her. When it arrived in front of her, it lifted its gaze and looked at her pitifully. However, she simply raised her hand and slapped the tiger on its head. "Lu Yi told you not to act rashly. Why didn't you listen? You should not have been so impulsive at that kind of time. You should have followed the plan." Every sentence was followed by a slap. Yi was aware that the tiger's impulsive actions had created more trouble for them. The incident eventually ended with Lu Yi killing those 4 cultivators and rescuing her from that predicament. However, if Amber had endured a little more, the situation might have ended with better results. Who could say? Perhaps Lu Yi would not have lost consciousness because of his injuries. The only reason she could escape back then was all thanks to Lu Ye's decisiveness. If he had hesitated even slightly back when Amber had rushed out, he would have missed the opportunity and lost his advantage. Therefore, she felt indebted to him in her heart. It was also to teach Amber a lesson that she did not hold back her strength and hit the tiger's head so hard that loud thuds rang out. "That's enough." Lu Yi interrupted and gave her a stern look. "I don't want to see this kind of thing happening again." They had only just started cooperating recently, so they were still getting used to each other. Although there was a transition period where everybody had to learn how to get along, experiencing something like that once was enough. He could not guarantee that he could come out of the situation unscathed if it happened again. Besides, he did not wish to be killed by his comrade's carelessness one day. "Got it?" Yi nodded before turning to look at Amber. "Do you understand?" Amber let out a soft whimper that was taken as its response. After that, she turned back to Lu Yi again and earnestly thanked him. "Thank you." This thank you of hers was both for Amber and herself. The only reason she could get out of trouble was that he had risked his life to rescue her. Furthermore, this matter was not over yet. They were currently trapped within the split sky gorge, so it was still unknown as to whether they could escape this place safely. Lu Yi waved his hand dismissively and checked the state of his body. There was no need to worry about his injuries. They would be fully healed after a few days' rest. On the other hand, he had consumed much of his spiritual power in his previous battle. There was a need to replenish his spiritual power, but he was astonished to see that the barrier of his 26th spiritual point was showing signs of weakening. During his previous cultivation session, he had cultivated until he filled up his 25th spiritual point but did not try to unlock his 26th spiritual point. Now it would seem that the surge of his spiritual power during the battle with Zhang Wu had impacted the barrier of his 26th spiritual point. That was a good thing. It saved him some cultivation time. Nevertheless, he needed to replenish his spiritual power before all else. It was extremely important that he remained in peak condition when he was currently in such a crisis-laden situation. After all, it was hard to say when they might get attacked by their pursuers. He would not have the time to recover when that happened. Be that as it may, he was in no hurry to start cultivating. He shot a look. He immediately understood and patted Amber on the head. The spirit and the tiger then split up, each heading toward one end of the tunnel. With the 2 of them monitoring the front and rear entrances of this tunnel respectively, he would not be caught like a rat in a trap inside. There would be room for them to retreat in case of danger. Once Yi and Amber left, Lu Yi lowered his head to look at the back of his hand and activated his spiritual power. The back of his hand shone with a layer of blue light that transformed into a few lines of words. Name Lu Yi. Identity: Disciple of Crimson Blood Sect. Cultivation: 25 spiritual points. Contribution 34. He stared at the row of words indicating his contribution in amazement, feeling unsure as to how the number 34 came about. When he killed that fair-skinned man and Lu Ruin back at Green Cloud Mountain, he had received 8 points of contribution. Unexpectedly, his contribution became 34 after he killed those 4 people. In other words, those 4 people had given him a total of 26 points of contribution. For the time being, he was still clueless about the function of the contribution. He had asked Yi about it before, but she did not seem to know much about it. Her memory from before was severely impaired. Consequently, there were some things that she could recall and other things that she was completely ignorant about. In any case, there must be a use for the contribution. As for how it was used and where or when it could be used, he had no choice but to slowly figure it out on his own. Seeing as he could not understand it, he didn't bother mulling over it any longer. He popped a spirit-restoring pill into his mouth and refined it into pill power to replenish what he had consumed. Thus, his spiritual power slowly recovered. He had previously discovered that there were great differences between the efficiency of recovery and cultivation, as well as the consumption of spirit pills. It would seem that if he was simply recovering, the speed of recovery would be significantly faster than cultivation. The consumption was drastically lowered too. The most straightforward comparison would be the fact that he had used nearly 200 spirit pills in total over a duration of 3 months to unlock up to his 25th spiritual point. Having exhausted his spiritual power in battle, he now wanted to replenish his reserves. However, it was impossible for him to consume another 200 spirit pills or spend another 3 months just for that. If that was the case, then the price a cultivator had to pay for every battle would be far too high. There was a lot of wastage in cultivation when it came to the pill power of a spirit pill, not to mention that it also took a lot of effort to hone each spiritual point. It was a gradual step-by-step process from unlocking each spiritual point to filling up each spiritual point. But, once the spiritual point was fully cultivated, it became much easier and simpler to recover what was lost. Time passed. At the same time, spirit pill after spirit pill was consumed. Lu Yi recovered completely after 2 days. Unfortunately, he only had slightly more than 20 spirit pills left in his possession. There was no news from Yi and Amber, so it would seem that they were in a relatively safe location. He was in no hurry to leave this place. Seeing as he did not know about what was going on outside, leaving this place rashly would only make the situation more troublesome. Besides, he was only 2 more spiritual points away from advancing into the Third Order Spirit Creek realm, and the barrier surrounding his 26th spiritual point was already loose. Since he had enough spirit pills on hand, he decided to first increase his cultivation by 1 realm before doing anything else. He had managed to kill off Zhang Wu with Amber and Yi's help. If he could reach the Third Order Spirit Creek realm, then his strength would increase even further. That would be extremely helpful for their current situation. What's more, his injuries had yet to heal completely. It was also a good idea for him to recuperate for a few more days. Having made up his mind, he continued to consume the spirit pills and urged his spirit power to slam into the barrier of his 26th spiritual point. Another 5 days later, Lu Yi sat cross-legged in the tunnel somewhere in the mountainside with a serious expression. He had unlocked his 27th spiritual point yesterday, and spent a few more spirit pills to charge up his 27th spiritual point until it was full. Hence, today was the time for him to advance into the Third Order Spirit Creek realm. With 2 previous experiences under his belt, he was very familiar with the process by now. His spiritual power began flowing from the 19th spiritual point, flowing in accordance to the training course to pass through his 20th spiritual point, 21st spiritual point, and all the way until his 27th spiritual point. As his spiritual power looped through these 9 major spiritual points in an endless cycle, the speed became faster and faster until he suddenly broke through the bottleneck. Lu Yi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, shuddered without warning and his spiritual power surged through his entire body. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 70 Declaration of War. In the Spirit Creek realm, every advancement into the next realm would add another microcosmic orbit circulation system to the body. Now that Lu Yi had advanced into the Third Order Spirit Creek realm, he had unlocked 27 spiritual points. Every 9 spiritual points formed a circulation system, so he currently had 3 microcosmic orbit circulation systems in his body, and his spiritual power flowed through them like a babbling brook in a never-ending loop. What amazed him was that he could clearly feel that all 3 of these spiritual power circulation systems seemed to resonate with each other after he entered the Third Order Spirit Creek realm. This was something that had never happened before when he first entered the First Order Spirit Creek realm, and the second-order spirit creek realm. The resonance between them made the spiritual power in his body flow a little faster than before. At this moment, he had more or less perfected his cultivation of the golden liberation technique that he received from Manager Yang. If he connected the 27 spiritual points that he unlocked in a specific order, the pattern formed would depict a toad lying on the ground. The name Golden Liberation Technique, which loosely translated to a carefree toad, probably came from that. Every time his spiritual power flowed through the circulation system, it looked like there was a toad breathing in and out. The three spiritual power circulation systems might look independent of each other, but they actually influenced one another. Logically speaking, his strength would usually increase by approximately 30% whenever his cultivation increased by a whole realm. However, he could feel that his strength had skyrocketed by more than 30%. It seemed to have nearly doubled instead. The realization struck him all of a sudden. These were the additional benefits of cultivating the cultivation technique to completion. If he had his current cultivation when he was battling against Zhang Wu, he would not have needed to pay such a heavy price. He might even be able to defeat his opponent without getting injured. In terms of offensive power, he had the sharp-edged spiritual pattern. That was something a fourth-order Spirit Creek realm master like Zhang Wu could not block even when he was still in the second-order Spirit Creek realm. In terms of defensive power, he had the protection spiritual pattern. Similarly, it was also a spiritual pattern that Zhang Wu had not been able to penetrate. Both his offense and defense were beyond the limits of his current cultivation. All that he lacked was undoubtedly the experience and the necessary skills in battle. Unfortunately, something like experience could only be accumulated over time by personally experiencing numerous battles. As for skills, he had spent at least 4 hours a day practicing his knife throughout his journey. It had not been long since he started, so he did not dare to say he had great knife skills. Nevertheless, he could at least hold his knife much steadier than before. His attacks also flowed more smoothly now. He had killed a few people before, so he was slowly familiarizing himself with the feeling of breaking through the defensive spiritual power around his enemies as well as cutting into his enemy's flesh. He kept this feeling in his heart, turning the feeling into a form of instinct that would naturally evolve into a superb technique. There was no way for Lu Yi to continue cultivating anymore. He only had a few more spirit pills in his possession, but he had yet to obtain a new and suitable cultivation technique to practice. Besides, his injuries had healed up completely. After giving it some thought, he stood up. A short while later, he gathered Yi and the tiger before walking out of the tunnel he had been hiding in for the past few days. According to Yi's feedback, Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan had been fighting fiercely against each other in the Split Sky Gorge over the past few days. Small skirmishes would break out from time to time, causing both sides to suffer casualties. He quietly commended Mystic Sect in his heart. This was the exact situation he had been hoping for. It was also the reason why he managed to hide here for so long. From the start, he had the feeling that it was impossible for Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan to coexist peacefully. The moment there was a large commotion in 9-Star Clan, Mystic Sect would definitely respond in kind. Judging from the current situation, it would seem that he had underestimated the deep blood feud between the sects brought upon by the confrontation between the opposing factions. This entire incident stemmed from the fact that Lu Yi had killed the 4 cultivators that were led by the young master of 9-Star Clan, which then triggered a large-scale search for his whereabouts. However, this incident had turned into a chaotic battle between the Spirit Creek realm masters of the 2 major sects in the time that the main culprit had been secretly recuperating from his injuries. He originally wanted to stir the pot, but from the looks of things, there was no need for him to go to such trouble. The current situation was in his favor. Even so, it was unrealistic for him to think of leaving just like that. He did not know how many people both sects had deployed into the Split Sky Gorge, but he was now caught right in the middle of it. He needed to borrow strength from somebody if he wanted to get out of this situation. More accurately, he needed to borrow the power of Mystic Sect. With a plan in mind, he asked Yi to move ahead of them to investigate the situation. Meanwhile, he and the tiger quietly sneaked along at a distance of around 100 meters behind her. In a gorge that was about 35 meters wide, 7 cultivators were fighting each other in an endless battle. There were 3 on one side and 4 on the other. Looking at the situation, It was obvious that the side with less people had the upper hand in the battle. The main reason was that the average cultivation of those three was higher. Out of the three of them, one was in the Fourth Order Spirit Creek realm while the other two were in the Third Order Spirit Creek realm. On the other hand, the party of 4 on the opposite side was composed of 2 in the Third Order Spirit Creek realm and 2 in the Second Order Spirit Creek realm. One of the Third Order Spirit Creek realm masters was bleeding profusely from his arm. It was clear that he was injured. The battles between low-level cultivators basically revolved around close combat. There were very few who could display the full power of spell techniques. That was because their cultivation was too low, so the power of their spell techniques was weak. Not to mention, activating spell techniques required time, and the process of activation could easily be interrupted. Moreover, accuracy was still an issue even if they managed to succeed at activating the spell technique. Therefore, whoever had a higher cultivation and stronger weapon would naturally hold the advantage in close combat. Among those 4 people, the leader was a strong and burly man. He was holding a large knife and standing in front of the others. He shouted while retreating, "Go!" His words implied that he was going to bring up the rear. The other 3 looked sad, but they did not abandon him to escape. On the contrary, they fought beside him to retreat and fight at the same time. Unfortunately, that was nothing more than a temporary reprieve. The moment that burly man collapsed, all 4 of them would die in this place. The Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master on the opposite side seemed aware of this fact. Hence, he did not take action even if he had the chance to kill the burly man. Instead, he continuously slashed away at the burly man's body, creating more wounds on the latter's body. It made the burly man look more and more wretched. Lu Yi and the tiger were hiding among a pile of rocks not far behind these 4 people. They were observing the situation through the gaps in the rock. At first, he had been troubled over how he was supposed to distinguish between the cultivators of Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan. It was not like he could just go up to them and ask after all. However, he realized that he had been overthinking the moment he saw the fight between these 2 parties. It was very easy to distinguish between the cultivators of Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan. That was because there were different colored lights glowing from the backs of the hands of both parties. He was amazed by the sight despite not understanding the reason behind that phenomenon. His battlefield imprint had never shown any changes before during his previous battles. Unbeknownst to him, this was all thanks to Wang Yang. Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan had been struggling against each other on this territory for many years. It was just that Mystic Sect had always held the upper hand in the situation due to their advantage in numbers and strength among the Spirit Creek Realm Masters. For that reason, the Spirit Creek Realm Masters of 9-Star Clan had always kept a low profile in this area. It used to be very difficult for the people of Mystic Sect to hunt down their opponents. However, the young master of 9-Star Clan had been killed. Almost all of the Spirit Creek Realm Masters within the sect had been deployed as a result, so it was a great chance for Mystic Sect. It was the perfect opportunity for them to go on a rampage to hunt and slaughter the disciples of 9-Star Clan. That was why Wang Yang couldn't care less about the reason behind this incident. All he saw was a good chance for him to severely damage the 9-Star Clan. For that reason, he used the Divine Opportunity column in his base to declare war on the 9-Star Clan, regardless of the cost. The 9-Star Clan was well within their rights to reject such a declaration of war. But they were trying to hunt down the person who killed their young master. How could they reject this declaration of war at this time? That being the case, Dong Shuyi could only bite the bullet and accept the declaration. At the same time, he cursed Wang Yang with all his heart. During the period when war was declared, a different colored light would shine from the backs of the hands of cultivators from both sides the moment they confronted each other. It made their positions clear in an instant. It had to be said that both sides had many rogue cultivators under them. The faces of these rogue cultivators were extremely unfamiliar to many of the cultivators from both sects. Therefore, the battlefield imprint not only prevented either side from accidentally injuring their own allies, but it also allowed both sides to instantly determine which was their enemy, and which was a trusted ally. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 71, Casual Demonstration of Ability. As a newcomer who had only been in the Spirit Creek battlefield for approximately 3 months, it was only natural that Lu Yi was clueless about the social rules in this place. Nevertheless, the light coming from the battlefield imprint would make things more convenient for him. At this moment, he and Amber were hiding at a spot behind the 4 people from Mystic Sect. They were approximately 100 meters away from the opposing party. However, the distance was gradually shortening as the 4 people from Mystic Sect continued to retreat. The burly man was becoming increasingly more injured as time went on. Thus, the situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for these 4 people from Mystic Sect. Seeing that the burly man could not hold out for much longer, the other Third Order Spirit Creek Realm Master beside him shouted, "Die, all of you." While speaking, he took out a spirit talisman paper that was shining with a golden light, and drew upon his spiritual power to activate the spirit talisman paper. A golden disc flowing with spiritual patterns that was about the size of a wash basin immediately appeared in front of him. This was the golden will talisman paper that Lu Yi had once used against a pack of wolves when he first entered the Spirit Creek battlefield. This spirit talisman paper was not as powerful as the fiery snake talisman paper in terms of strength, but it lasted much longer. At that time, Lu Yi had used this spirit talisman paper to repel the wolf pack that had been surrounding him. When a golden light flashed brilliantly, a golden half-moon-shaped slash swept out from the disc with the sound of something slicing through the air. A spirit talisman paper was extremely expensive for a low-level cultivator. Even so, every one of them would carry 1 or 2 as a trump card to get them out of difficult situations as long as they were financially capable of doing so. The moment that person shot out the golden wheel talisman paper, the 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master from 9-Star Clan immediately took a step back. His cultivation might be the highest among these people, but even he did not dare to arbitrarily take on the attack of a golden will talisman paper. That was simply seeking death. Then, he immediately took out a palm-sized circular shield from the storage bag hanging from his waist and brought it up in front of him. At the same time, his 2 other companions raised their hands and each pressed a hand on the shield, and the 3 of them simultaneously poured their spiritual power into it. Following that, the palm-sized shield instantly became the size of a table that stood in front of all 3 of them. Numerous golden half-moon-shaped slashes slammed into the shield with a booming sound. The force of impact caused the 3 people from 9-Star Clan to stagger backward repeatedly. Various slash marks of different depths appeared on the surface of the shield. Be that as it may, it was obvious that the attacks of the golden will talisman paper could not penetrate the defenses of the shield. That shield was a defensive spirit artifact. Consequently, the 4 people from Mystic Sect began to wallow deeper and deeper in despair. The golden disc formed from the golden will talisman paper slowly dissipated. Thus, the 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master from 9-Star Clan put away the shield with a sullen look. "You won't even get to wish you were dead now." Although his defensive spirit artifact had managed to block his opponent's attack, it had been severely damaged. He did not know how many spirit stones he would need to spend in order to repair it, which upset him so much that his heart was practically bleeding. Raising the weapon in his hand, he was about to charge forward when he glanced at something behind the 4 people from Mystic Sect in astonishment. At the same time, the 4 people from Mystic Sect also noticed an anomaly. Somebody was charging toward them at an extremely high speed from behind. Before they could even look behind, a shadowy figure had already passed over their heads. In the next moment, a completely snow-white tiger appeared in their field of vision. Moreover, there was a young man in black riding on the tiger's back. A white tiger and a young man. In that instant, all 7 cultivators present immediately realized who that person was. Lu Yi pressed his hand against the hilt of his knife, leaping off the back of the tiger. His gaze was fixed on the 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. His long knife slid out of its sheath and came slashing downward, aiming for the opponent's neck. The 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master was not slow to react. He instantly discerned Lu Ye's cultivation the moment the other party turned up. 3rd Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. Sure enough, it's exactly as Senior Brother Chow had guessed. His cultivation was 1 realm higher than Lu Ye's, so he was not afraid of the incoming attack. The weapon in his hand came up before him to block the menacing attack. It was just that Lu Yi had the advantage of a preemptive strike. Combined with the momentum of his attack, The force of impact caused Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master's body to stagger slightly. Before the other party could recover his strength, Lu Yi had already stabbed forward while his body was still in mid-air. This attack was extremely tricky, so the Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master had a difficult time trying to defend against it. Nevertheless, he was a ruthless man. He immediately activated his spiritual power to protect the place where the knife would land while simultaneously chopping at Lu Ye's neck with the weapon in his hand. A Third Order Spirit Creek Realm Master and a Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master might only be one realm apart, but there was a huge gap in strength. That was because the number of spiritual points that a Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master had to unlock would increase considerably. That was why this person assumed that Lu Ye's attack would only injure him slightly. His spiritual power defense was not for show after all. On the other hand, he was certain that Lu Ye's head would go rolling if his attack landed. Thinking about the 1,000 spirit stones reward, he felt his blood boiling with excitement. With so many spirit stones, I can definitely cultivate until I reach either the 6th Order Spirit Creek Realm or the 7th Order Spirit Creek Realm. There was a tearing sound as the long knife sliced through his chest. An intense wave of pain shattered his fantasy. What shocked him even more was that his sure-kill attack had failed to injure Lu Yi in the slightest. Just as his weapon was about to touch Lu Ye's neck, he vaguely felt something flashing for an instant and blocking his attack. Meanwhile, Lu Yi jumped over him and slashed out at his opponent's neck again. The sharp blade sliced through his opponent's neck like slicing through tofu. The other party's spiritual power defense was no more than a decoration. Following that, a head flew off and blood gushed out from his opponent's neck. Lu Yi tumbled to the ground, a stream of blood spurting out from his waist area. It was an injury inflicted upon him by one of the other Third Order Spirit Creek Realm Masters when he was unguarded. Fortunately, the injury was not serious. It was only a flesh wound at most. At the time, he had to activate the protection spiritual pattern to defend against the lethal attack coming from the Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. That was why he had been unable to defend against the other attack, and could only use his spiritual power defense to block. It was lucky that his spiritual power was pure enough so the defense had been fairly effective. The changes that occurred in the blink of an eye left all 4 people from Mystic Sect completely dumbfounded. They originally thought that they were going to die. Who could have known that a young man riding the back of a tiger would come rushing out from behind? Moreover, that person had killed the enemy Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master as soon as he appeared. They were shocked, but Lu Yi did not stop there. The moment he landed on the ground, dust flew up again as he lunged at the Third Order Spirit Creek Realm Master who stabbed him. The other party was clearly in shock over his companion's death, and could only lift his sword by instinct to block Lu Ye's frontal attack. To his dismay, the long sword broke the moment their weapons came into contact. Not every low-level cultivator would have a spirit artifact, and only a spirit artifact could withstand an attack from the long knife blessed with the sharp edge. An ordinary weapon was completely helpless against it. The sharp blade came slashing down on the bridge of his nose, slicing open his face, and ripping a 30-centimeter long wound from his chest down to his abdomen. Blood and internal organs burst out together. Only then did the man scream in agony. On the other hand, Lu Yi raised his hand again and cut the other party down. That was the second one. The remaining Third Order Spirit Creek Realm Master was currently struggling against Amber. When Lu Yi came charging in on Amber, he had immediately targeted the Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. In contrast, Amber had pounced upon one of the Third Order Spirit Creek Realm Masters. Sadly, it was no match for its opponent and was cut up so badly that its ferocious roar rang out loudly and repeatedly. However, the situation changed when Lu Yi joined the fight. They were both in the Third Order Spirit Creek realm, but Lu Yi's combat power was significantly higher than the other parties. Combined with the tiger's cooperation from the side, the two of them immediately made short work of their opponent in a matter of seconds. Still feeling frustrated, Amber even broke the other party's neck in one bite. Warm blood spattered all over its head and face, causing it to seem even more terrifying than ever. The intense battle subsided. All 3 people from the 9-star clan were dead. Even so, the entire battle had only taken approximately 10 seconds or so in total. It happened so quickly that the 4 people from Mystic Sect had yet to return to their senses. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 72. A Look of Confirmation. By the time the four people from Mystic Sect returned to their senses, Lu Yi had already retrieved the spoils of his battle, leaped onto the tiger's back, and left in a cloud of dust. Just now, a young woman among those four, stuttered incoherently. Even her companions did not understand what she was trying to say. The shock of everything they had just witnessed was far too much for them. The fact that Lu Yi was only in the Third-Order Spirit Creek realm was not something he could conceal. They also had two Third-Order Spirit Creek realm masters among them, but none of them could ever have imagined that a Third-Order Spirit Creek realm master could be so aggressive. In the short span of 10 seconds, that person had managed to slaughter 3 opponents that they had difficulty contending against. Not to mention, one of the opponents was a Fourth-Order Spirit Creek realm master. What Lu Yi did could be considered exceeding his limits to kill his opponent. That was something generally only disciples from the major sects could do. Nevertheless, they were sure about one thing. If that young man riding on the tiger had wanted to attack them, they would die even faster than the 3 people from 9-Star Clan. While they were absent-minded, the tiger that was disappearing into the distance suddenly turned around and ran back toward them again. The expression of the burly man in the Third-Order Spirit Creek realm immediately changed at the sight. He hurriedly protected his 3 other companions behind his back and looked forward vigilantly. A short while later, Amber stopped right in front of these 4 people. Lu Yi sat up straight on the tiger's back and looked down on them from above. The distance between them was no more than 15 meters. A strong sense of oppression made the chest of the female cultivator in the group tighten with a sense of breathlessness. "Do you have spirit pills?" the young man on the tiger's back suddenly asked. Yes," the burly man quickly replied. "Do you want them?" Lu Yi nodded. "I need spirit pills." The burly man hurriedly untied the storage bag around his waist and unlocked the restraining lock on his storage bag. An idea seemed to come to him, and he turned to his companions and said, "Hand your spirit pills to me." How could those 3 dare to defy him? They quickly took out the spirit pills from their respective storage bags and clumsily placed them in the hands of the burly man. After that, the burly man emptied out the contents of his storage bag and transferred them to somebody else's storage bag. A short while later, he tossed the storage bag containing the spirit pills to Lu Yi. Lu Yi caught the storage bag easily. "Many thanks," Lu Yi said. Then, he tossed the spoils of his battle that he collected previously to the ground. Amber turned around and left once more. It wasn't until Lu Yi's figure vanished out of sight that the 4 people from Mystic Sect breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They thought that they were going to be robbed when Lu Yi turned back to ask them for spirit pills. Even if Lu Yi had done that, they could only pinch their noses and resign themselves to their fate. Putting aside the fact that they were no match for Lu Yi, he was still their savior regardless. In any case, it was only natural that their lives were more important than their spirit pills. The burly man had even prepared his speech when he tossed the storage bag containing the spirit pills to Lu Yi. He was ready to use those spirit pills to express his thanks for saving them. Who could have expected that Lu Yi did not take those spirit pills for nothing? He had tossed the spoils of the previous battle to them in exchange. The 4 people from Mystic Sect looked at the 3 storage bags on the ground, 2 low-grade spirit artifacts, and a small battered shield, feeling speechless for a while. A quick calculation later, they realized that not only did they not suffer any losses, but they even earned quite a sum of money instead. Thus, they felt a little unsure as to whether they should laugh or cry. Bending down to retrieve the items on the ground, the burly man pondered in silence for a moment before he said decisively, "Let's head back to base." Every one of them was injured. More importantly, none of them had any spirit pills left. It would be difficult for them to fight another battle. In their current circumstances, the most sensible decision was to return to the base to replenish their supplies. Besides, they did not have the ability to unlock the storage bags obtained from the cultivators of the 9-Star Clan. They had no choice but to return to the base, turn those storage bags over to the sect, and ask the elders of the sect for help. On the other side, Lu Yi rode on the tiger to find a secluded tunnel where he could check out his harvest. It had been a sudden and whimsical idea to ask those people from Mystic Sect for spirit pills. The main reason was that he had a little too many storage bags in his possession. He already had a few storage bags on him before he entered the Split Sky Gorge. After he killed that batch of people from 9-Star Clan, he obtained another 4 storage bags. If he took any more, he would run out of places to hide them. Even if he tied them all at his waist, they would only hinder him in a fight. More importantly, all of these storage bags were sealed with the restriction lock, so he had no way of opening them. Instead of bringing them along with him, he might as well exchange them for spirit pills with the people from Mystic Sect. Those 4 in Mystic Sect did not give him many spirit pills. Their cultivation was relatively low, and they were not particularly wealthy, so whatever spirit pills they received would be consumed immediately. The 4 of them combined had given him a total of 16 spirit pills. Moreover, 5 of these spirit pills were healing pills. He mentioned that he needed spirit pills but did not say which, so they took out both the spirit restoring pills and the healing pills. Not a bad harvest. The idea I thought up on the spot is ingenious indeed. This way, I just might obtain a large amount of cultivation resources in the Split Sky Gorge. On another note, the number recorded as his contribution in his battlefield imprint had changed too. It went from 34 to 56, increasing by a total of 22 points of contribution. The increase in these numbers was very puzzling to him. He previously gained 26 points of contribution from killing 4 people from 9-Star Clan, including the young master of 9-Star Clan, and another 22 points of contribution from this battle. He could not tell what the standard of increase was for the contribution. Hence, he made up his mind, deciding to pay careful attention to the changes in the numbers the next time he killed a person. Hopefully, he might be able to infer something regarding the rules of how it worked. He had not been seriously injured in this battle. The only injury he suffered was a stab to his waist by a 3rd-order Spirit Creek Realm Master. Therefore, he lightly bandaged his wound and cleaned himself up a little before he continued on his journey. The spiritual power in his body was enough that he could still continue fighting with no issues. From time to time, he would come across traces left behind by battles in the gorge. Many of these places also had dried bloodstains and mutilated corpses. It went to show just how fierce the battles were between Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan. They had not traveled far when Yi, who was scouting the way ahead, came back to report that there was a group of 2 coming in this direction. Lu Yi immediately told Amber to hide. Then he walked toward those 2 on his own. A short while later, he ran straight into the 2-man group. Both sides were on guard as they looked each other up and down. A bright light flashed across Lu Ye's eyes. He swiftly determined the other party's cultivation. Both of them were in the 3rd-order Spirit Creek realm. A combination like theirs could not be considered weak. Moreover, judging by the injuries on their bodies, it was obvious that they had just experienced battle not too long ago. It might be that the other party used to consist of more than just 2 people. What bewildered him was that the battlefield imprints on the back of their hands were not glowing with light. He could not tell which faction these 2 belonged to, so he was unable to make a move. To his surprise, the other party studied him for a moment before visibly relaxing. One of them even walked over with a smile. He spoke as he walked. "Aren't you a brave one, fellow cultivator? I can't believe you dare to walk around even though you are alone." The cogs in Lu Ye's brain turned quickly. He realized that the other party had mistaken him for one of their own. His hand that had been holding the hilt of his knife relaxed as he calmly replied, "I got separated from the rest during a fight." That person said, "You sure are lucky. If you don't mind, you can join the 2 of us. The 3 of us will be better able to take care of each other that way." Of course, Lu Yi nodded in response. In this situation, silence was golden. That person raised his hand. "Although I don't think it's necessary, it's still best if you verify your identity with us." While speaking, a red glow appeared on the back of his hand. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and confirmed the situation with his own eyes. This was a person he could cut down. When the gravel under his feet flew into the air, he had already rushed forward to attack with his knife under the stunned gazes of the other 2. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 73, Mountain Tiger. Only a short while later, Lu Yi picked up the spoils of the battle and departed from the scene. 2 mutilated corpses were left in his wake. Even a 4th-order Spirit Creek Realm Master could not withstand more than 3 attacks from him, much less a 3rd-order Spirit Creek Realm Master. From the moment he took the advantage of launching a preemptive strike, they were doomed. This time around he made sure to pay close attention and noticed that every time he killed a person, his contribution would increase by 3 points. That meant that 2 people gave him 6 points. At the moment, he had accumulated up to 62 points of contribution. When night fell, he hid inside a tunnel on the side of the mountain to rest and recuperate. He and the tiger each kept a watch on one end of the tunnel, as usual, to prevent them from being blindsided by an attack. He had fought 3 battles today and his harvest had been pretty good. He had not kept any of his spoils of war, using them to exchange for spirit pills with the people of Mystic Sect instead. As a result, he received more than 20 spirit pills, 80% of which were spirit-restoring pills. Compared to these spoils of war, he felt that the most rewarding thing he obtained was the experience of fighting other people. Even though he had experienced several battles since the day he first entered the Spirit Creek battlefield, there were often great intervals of time between those battles. It wasn't like today where he fought consecutive battles within a single day. Such high-intensity battles not only allowed him to quickly examine his shortcomings, but also allowed him to enrich and improve his combat skills. Blindly cultivating behind closed doors was not as good as experiencing real battles with actual weapons. That was the experience gained through spilling blood and suffering injuries after all. Although Lu Yi also suffered some injuries, his injuries were not serious. He first ate some jerky to relieve his body of hunger. Once he filled his stomach, he began to consume some spirit pills to replenish the spiritual power that he had consumed during the day. He frequently used both the sharp-edged spiritual pattern and the protection spiritual pattern in battles. Although these 2 spiritual patterns allowed him to exceed the limits of what his current cultivation was capable of, they had obvious disadvantages in that their consumption rate was very high. If he wanted to ensure that he had enough combat power in his future actions, then he had to keep his spiritual power at sufficient levels of satiety. Now that he was in the 3rd-order Spirit Creek realm, his efficiency at refining the pill power had improved again. For the time being, he did not know how many spirit pills were required for him to unlock another spiritual point. Based on his previous experiences, the consumption rate of unlocking his spiritual points would only continue to increase in the future. Fortunately, his cultivation efficiency would also improve in tandem. The time taken to unlock each spiritual point should not increase by much, and might even remain unchanged. The night passed in silence. The split sky gorge was quiet at night. There were no sounds of battle between the cultivators from Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan. Seeing as everybody had similarly low cultivation bases, there was an unspoken agreement that nighttime was generally used to rest and replenish their consumption during the day. The real battles were only fought during the day. When dawn broke, Lu Yi led the tiger and Yi out of the tunnel and began their hunt. He spent the next couple of days in constant battle, ranging from 1 or 2 battles a day to 3 or 4 battles a day. Meanwhile, the spirit pills in his possession gradually increased. Likewise, his contribution also increased steadily. He finally figured out the calculation method of how the contribution was distributed. From his observations, the cultivation realm of the cultivator he killed represented the number of points he would receive for his contribution. That was the basic value. For example, if he killed a 2nd-order Spirit Creek Realm Master, then he would receive 2 points of contribution. If his opponent was a 3rd-order Spirit Creek Realm Master, then he would receive 3 points of contribution. Furthermore, if he killed an enemy who was stronger than him, his contribution would increase by 1 base value for each realm that he surpassed. To put it simple, he was in the 3rd-order Spirit Creek realm. If he killed a 3rd-order Spirit Creek Realm Master, he would receive 3 points of contribution. On the other hand, if he killed a 4th-order Spirit Creek Realm Master, he would receive as many as 8 points of contribution instead. He previously killed a 4th-order Spirit Creek Realm Master when he was only in the 2nd-order Spirit Creek realm. At the time he had surpassed 2 whole minor realms. Thus he gained a total of 12 points. He did a quick calculation in his head and discovered that his calculation corresponded with the contribution he previously received after killing his enemy. It would seem that his calculation method was correct. After several days of fighting, He gradually became familiar with the feeling of fighting his enemies in life-and-death situations. His cultivation did not increase any further, but his combat skills had improved significantly, which in turn increased his efficiency in killing his enemies. Over the past few days, he had tried to see if he could get out of the Split Sky Gorge. He eventually discovered that it was not possible. He did not know how many people Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan had deployed into this area, but according to his and Yi's observations, both sides seemed to have deployed almost 1,000 Spirit Creek Realm Masters. Over 1,000 cultivators were scattered throughout this huge labyrinth. He could encounter an enemy at any time and anywhere. Furthermore, the terrain ahead would suddenly narrow again after passing through this labyrinth, and would eventually converge into a gorge that passed through the Split Sky Gorge. If he wanted to leave this place, that was the only way out. The 9-Star Clan had placed a huge number of people at the exit of the canyon, so things would end badly for him if he dared to show up there. In that case, he might as well hide out in the labyrinth to kill his enemies. His whereabouts were exposed after he spent a few days attacking. He could clearly sense that the pressure of 9-Star Clan's search for him was intensifying. The most obvious sign was that the number of cultivators among the groups he encountered recently had increased. At the beginning, he would only run into small groups of 3 to 4 people. However, most of the small groups would have at least 5 or 6 people now. There were also some that had at least a dozen or so. If it was a small group of 3 or 4 people, Lu Yi could still win by the skin of his teeth. However, he did not dare to attack if it was a group of 5 or 6 people. As for those groups with more than 10 people in them, he stayed as far as he could from them. After the cultivators from Mystic Sect suffered several losses because of this, they also made corresponding adjustments to their arrangements. The number of people in their small groups increased in order to compete against the 9-Star Clan. Inside the Labyrinth Canyon, a battle was breaking out. The scale of this battle was not small. Around 20 cultivators were involved in the battle. Both sides had brought 10 men each, and there were quite a few 4th-order Spirit Creek Realm Masters. Even so, the results indicated that both sides were holding the upper hand in the battle, as there were casualties on both sides. When the battle was in full swing, a loud tiger's roar rang out. The expressions of both parties froze at the sound. Somebody shouted excitedly, "The mountain tiger is here!" It was a cultivator from Mystic Sect. Lu Yi, who was riding on the tiger's back and charging toward the battlefield, frowned at those words. He had no idea how he received the moniker Mountain Tiger. Isn't that nickname a little too unpleasant? However, considering that neither party in the war knew his name, he could only resign himself to the fate of being known by that nickname. Lu Yi came charging in from behind the people of Mystic Sect. Upon hearing the tiger's roar, most of the cultivators from Mystic Sect tacitly opened a path for him. Thus, the tiger's figure leaped straight into the battlefield and slammed a 3rd-order Spirit Creek Realm Master to the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, who had been riding on the tiger's back, had already launched himself forward. His long knife slid out of its sheath. The cold light of his blade flashed as he slashed at a 4th-order Spirit Creek Realm Master. A 4th-order Spirit Creek Realm Master from Mystic Sect had been battling this person. That person had a baby face, which made him seem harmless. When he saw Lu Yi swooping in for the kill, he couldn't help shouting, "Don't steal my prey." He currently held the upper hand in battle. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to defeat his opponent. He could not be blamed for shouting. The main reason was that the reputation of the Mountain Tiger had been widely circulated among the cultivators of Mystic Sect recently. It was rumored that this person would not claim his spoils of war after every kill he made. He was happy as long as the people of Mystic Sect gave him some spirit pills in exchange. Another point was that this person was extremely elusive and liked to steal other people's kills. Sometimes, he would save the Mystic Sect disciples who were in deep trouble by doing so. Many people owed their lives to him and were extremely grateful for receiving his life-saving grace. On the other hand, he would sometimes launch a sneak attack even though the people of Mystic Sect were clearly holding the upper hand in battle. That would result in him snatching the contribution that other people had worked hard to obtain. Therefore, the cultivators of Mystic Sect both loved and hated this person. Humanity's great sage. Chapter 74E. When Lu Yi charged forward out of nowhere, the baby-faced cultivator that shouted out just now panicked and his attacks became increasingly violent. Meanwhile, the person facing the baby-faced cultivator was no match for the latter in the first place. However, Lu Ye's appearance put him in a situation where he was being attacked from both sides and his situation instantly turned critical. The name Mountain Tiger originated among the cultivators of Mystic Sect, but the cultivators of Nine Star Clan were also familiar with that name. It could be said that this was the prestige Lu Yi gained from all the killing he did recently. The thing about reputation was that it worked in mysterious ways. Any Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master would not be pressured by the thought of facing a Third Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. But, if this Third Order Spirit Creek Realm Master was somebody known to have killed several Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Masters and even created a name for himself as a result, then the situation was very different. At this moment, the Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master from Nine Star Clan was under huge pressure. Stuck with facing two enemies alone, he did not have enough hands to deal with both sides at once. Thus, it only took 3 seconds for him to be suppressed by the baby-faced cultivator and Lu Yi. He was practically powerless to counter their attacks. Seeing Lu Ye's knife slashing down at him, he was about to activate a spirit talisman paper in his desperation. However, the baby-faced cultivator cunningly stabbed him in the wrist so that he lost his grip and the spirit talisman paper fell to the ground. Lu Yi immediately took the opportunity to bring his knife down, striking the enemy cultivator to the ground in one move. What a sharp knife! The baby-faced cultivator narrowed his eyes at the sight. Sure enough, it's just as senior brother Wang Yang guessed. This mountain tiger does indeed have an extraordinary spirit artifact in his possession. Otherwise, a Third Order Spirit Creek Realm Master like him could not have sliced through the spiritual power defense of a Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master so easily, much less heavily injure the other party. Immediately after that, he broke out into a huge grin. Nice one, brother. I must become your friend. On the contrary, Lu Yi didn't even turn around. He simply charged straight into the center of the battlefield instead, leaving the heavily injured enemy on the ground in front of the baby-faced cultivator. Have mercy. The lower body of that Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master was stained red with blood. He was staring at the baby-faced cultivator in horror. The smile slid off the baby-faced cultivator's face. He indifferently said, "You're already in the Fourth Order Spirit Creek realm. Don't speak such naive words." The long sword in his hand stabbed straight into his opponent's chest, and that person's body stiffened in response. A small red light emerged from the back of the dead Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master's hand, and floated into the back of the baby-faced cultivator's hand. After that, the baby-faced cultivator smiled brightly again. He grabbed his sword and rushed toward Lu Yi while shouting, "Brother, let me help you." 15 minutes later, the battle subsided. The entire forces of the Nine Star Clan were completely wiped out. It wasn't that they did not wish to escape, but that they had no chance to escape whatsoever. There was practically no hope of survival once they were defeated during a confrontation in a canyon like this. Turning their backs on their enemies would only cause them to die even faster. On the other hand, Mystic Sect also suffered some losses. There were 3 dead and the rest were injured to a degree. Nevertheless, they obtained a delightful victory in general. Those who survived were not shrouded by sorrow but beamed with joy instead. This was the norm in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Countless cultivators in the Spirit Creek realm would fight each other on the battlefield, so death was commonplace. During this battle, only 2 people died at Lu Ye's hands, but at least 4 or 5 were injured by him. After the battle subsided, nobody from Mystic Sect picked up any of the spoils of war. They simply looked at Lu Yi quietly. It wasn't that they did not want their spoils of war, but that they had formed a tacit understanding between each other from the way he behaved over the past few days. Mystic Sect would take all the spoils of war. In exchange, the cultivators of Mystic Sect would give Lu Yi some spirit pills as compensation. The baby-faced cultivator was the leader of this group. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Junior brother, how should I address you?" Standing 15 meters away from the baby-faced cultivator, Lu Yi was currently applying some powdered healing pills to his wounds. It was his first time participating in a battle of such scale. All the battles he previously fought had not involved many people from both parties. The largest battle he had seen before this did not even amount to 10 cultivators. Unlike before, the battle this time had involved 20 people. He discovered that a battle on this scale was very dangerous for any cultivator. Even if his cultivation was slightly higher, there was still the possibility of getting hurt or dying. That was because a person's energy was limited. It was impossible to defend against all the attacks directed at him. There were several wounds on his body, all of which were caused by the dying struggles of the 9-star clan cultivators. He pondered quietly when he heard the baby-faced cultivator's question. Before entering the Spirit Creek battlefield, the sect master had warned him not to reveal his identity as a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. Therefore, the name Lu Yi could not be used. The fact that he was taken in by the Crimson Blood sect was something known to many sects. But I don't want to be known by the name Mountain Tiger. He swiftly made his choice. I see. So it's junior brother E. The baby-faced cultivator smilingly cupped his fists again. This one is Chu Tian of Mystic Sect. Lu Yi cupped his fists in response with an indifferent expression. His behavior made him seem distant and unapproachable. You see, Chu Tian took some time to sort out his thoughts. A few days ago, senior brother Wang Yang sent a message saying that we should invite you back to Mystic Sect as a guest if we get the chance. What do you think about this, junior brother E? Wang Yang. Lu Yi frowned slightly. Chu Tian replied with a smile. He is one of the senior brothers that oversees the sect's base. Inviting him to the sect was clearly a sign of goodwill. It was just that he could not expose his identity, so he did not dare to have close contact with any unfamiliar sects. In addition, he was only passing through this place. He would not be interacting with Mystic Sect for long. No need. With a plan in mind, he shook his head and refused. While saying that, he shot a look at somebody behind him. That person immediately took action by taking out a storage bag and walking over to each of the sect members to collect their spirit pills. During the wait, Chu Tian continued, Junior brothery, if it's convenient for you, why don't we exchange contact information? That way, you can contact Mystic Sect if anything comes up. Lu Yi did not know how to exchange contact information, but he had some guesses about it. While killing his enemies over the past few days, he noticed that many 9-star clan cultivators would touch the back of their hands just before their deaths. Then their battlefield imprint would light up. It was similar to what Zhang Wu did after becoming severely injured. The battlefield imprint not only recorded some information, but it could also be used for communication. When that thought came to him, he nodded. Okay. Chu Tian touched the back of his hand and a small blue light lingered on his fingertips like a burning flame. With a flick of his fingers, the blue light flew towards Lu Yi like a blue butterfly and landed on the back of Lu Ye's hand. Lu Yi was astonished. The blue light imprinted something on his battlefield imprint before vanishing. At the same time, he vaguely felt that something had been added to his battlefield imprint. It was just that it was not convenient for him to investigate the changes at this time, so he continued to maintain his arrogant appearance. In the meantime, the Mystic Sect cultivators finished collecting their spirit pills among themselves and handed them to Lu Yi at Chu Tian's instruction. Lu Yi put the spirit pills away without even bothering to check the contents. Signaling to Amber, he swung himself up on the tiger's back. Junior brother E. Chu Tian suddenly stopped Lu Yi with a shout. Lu Yi sat up straight on the tiger's back and turned to look back at Chu Tian. Chu Tian said with a serious expression, there seems to be a guy from Infinite Island in 9-star clan. Please be careful, junior brother. Lu Yi nodded slightly. Following that, the tiger turned around and left in a cloud of dust. Chu Tian watched their departing figures and rubbed his smooth chin. These disciples from the major sects are truly arrogant indeed. He didn't even bat an eye at the name Infinite Island. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.